a few months back. We were lucky enough to award this grant. The grant total is for $68,258. The city's portion is, of course, 10% of that, which will be covered in the operating budget. This will allow us to purchase 2 new Lucas CPR devices. We currently have one. That one is stationed on our battalion chief brig, so we can kind of go any place in the city, but more and more we're seeing multiple calls. We're having multiple CPRs at the same time. And unfortunately, so this will allow us to be able to put them on one at each station. So we'll have at least one available all the time. So that's it.
Great news. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this item? Checking here in the room. I don't see anybody. I don't see anybody's hand raised online. Okay, I'll go to council for a motion. Anna. I was waiting for the public safety chair, but Anna, feel free.
No, I defer to you enthusiasm.
I know, I love it. Let's get that money.
Move to extremely happily authorize the fire department to accept an assistance to firefighter grant AFG from FEMA. I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Vice President Mockler, or Anna. I don't know. We're in a study session, but we're voting, so I don't know what do I do?
Figure it out.
Either one of you, Anna or Vice President, would you like to comment first on this?
I'm very happy to have the opportunity to say yes and approve this recommended motion.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments or questions?
No matching, no strings, no.
Yeah, there's matching.
Sorry. The matching is being covered by your operating budget over at fire, right? So.
Okay. How much was it?
$6,800.
Okay, thank you. It's a small amount.
Yeah. All I got to say is thank you for finding this grant, applying for it, and getting it. Yeah, thank you.
Nice done.
Okay. Well, shall we vote? Okay. I don't think I've ever taken a vote when I've been presiding, so I'll just go around the room. Goodnow. Councilor Goodnow.
Yes.
Okay. Councilor Fry.
Yes.
Councilor Coughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Belowski.
Yes.
Vice President Mockler.
Yes.
Okay, and I vote yes, so it's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very
All
much.
right.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, we have been long awaiting this, and the next item up is with our Parks and Rec Commission. So we have Chair Ben Burnett here to present on item B1. Yeah, come on up. Do you have anybody else with you? Or?
Oh yeah, I have Commissioner Dawson with me as well.
Oh, great. Would you like to come and join us for the presentation? Do you have a PowerPoint that needs to be presented? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Extra one.
There's an extra.
I think they figured it. We have such a full house today. This is
Yeah.
Hi, so good evening. My
Hi.
name is Ben Burnett. I am the chair of the City of Bremerton Parks and Recreation Commission. This is my fellow commissioner, Commissioner Dawson. I've been the chair for, I think this is my second year now. I've been on the commission for approximately 5 years. I currently reside in Manette. I'm in District 3. I am a longtime Bremertonian, born and raised here. Worked for the park department. I now serve as on the commission, and really here to answer any questions or concerns that you may have of our commission. I haven't been to a city council study session since I've been approved to be on the commission. We currently have 5 commissioners. My fear is that we're going to be down to 4. We have a commissioner that hasn't attended the last couple meetings, unfortunately. A full commission for us would be 7. So if anyone out in the community would like to be on the Parks and Rec Commission, please talk to the mayor. But I'm here to answer any questions if I can.
great. And so we have here Bremerton Parks and Rec Commission update. And so I think this is the first time that we've had a commission update. I don't even know if this happened in previous. So this is wonderful that you're here. It was at the request of counselors here at the table today. So, so I would love to take just until about 5:15 or 5:20 at the latest to to check in and ask questions of the Parks Commission while we have Mr. Burnett and Mr. Dawson here. So yeah, Denise.
You know, I think you'll find that council is very supportive of parks, and always want to know how we can best support you. And that, of course, is working with the mayor and also getting, you know, your input. What's the level of volunteership, do you think, with parks right now? Is that something that is in your purview to work on, or you see yourself an ambassador in parks, or like, what role do you see yourself playing?
Would you like to talk to all the volunteers, Commissioner Dawson? I think you're more involved in that.
Mr. Dawson, by the way, lives in District 2.
Oh.
Well, I think that those questions touch on a lot of things that we've discussed. I think that the commission really wants to have a more expanded role, and we're working on that. The biggest thing that I think the challenge for the Parks Department right now is just filling vacancies. There's lots of open positions right now, including the director position. So we're really excited about the prospect of that finally being filled and just kind of rejuvenating the whole department, which would be really nice.
As far as like how I view my role, it's an advisory panel. When I'm there, we receive a lot of information from the Parks Director, along with Colette, and we kind of try to steer them in certain ways, but we can't really dictate things too much. We do have votes on some things. We make some motions. We can, like, for instance,
I think some of us, we also do have that kind of an ambassador at large to promote the parks. We really believe that that's a core function of a city, is providing a livable environment. And some of the things that members have done individually and things like that is really trying to develop ownership of people in communities that live around their park, that type of thing.
If you have
By going out and by having events and things where we go out and recruit people as service groups to weed parks, to maybe even outside of parks, the land, for example, around Sheridan Park Community Center. We've done a couple of weed-ins that have been very successful and fun. And
one of the last things I remember voting on, we had a passionate group of disc golf players come to us, want to refurb NAD Park.
Yeah.
And as the commission, we're all for that. We think that's great. They came to us with an amazing plan, and
it gets people involved.
Yeah.
That's the thing, and that's what we really want. The best parks that we have, have active service groups like on the name and are involved in it, or have communities that are immediately around it that support them. The parks that need more help are the ones that are forgotten and don't have somebody that feel like they have ownership. And that's what the Parks Department is. It's owned by the people that live here, and they really want to promote that idea.
Anna, who's next? Sorry, I see your hand.
I'm going to do my level best not to talk about Lululemon Park.
You just did.
It is a simple focus.
That's been a drama, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been a drama. And I just don't want to take up more time than has been allotted for this. The only thing I would say about Haddon is it does not have a wealthy group associated with it that is able to raise money to give it superior playgrounds or, pavilions with nameplates on it or any of those things. And so I'm very glad to hear that you guys are working on the parks that are really the lungs of the city for the people who, in my district, we don't have a lot of AC. Matan Park used to be my district, now yours, is another one where it's.
I killed the blackberries.
You did, you
Yeah.
knocked,
That's right.
eliminated them. So,
Well, we-
in order to be more general, I hope that we can assist you in a couple of ways. One that you may not know about is that this council has been working for quite a while, at least a year, to find $300,000 to $400,000 for 3 to 4 more ops people, core parks. For a number of reasons that due to time I won't go into. The second thing is we've been looking at a lot of appointments to commissions recently, and a number of them were interested in serving on the Parks Commission. So I hope the mayor can review those and get the Parks Commission up to full strength.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, thank you so much. We would be attending your meetings and commenting, but we are not allowed to. Yeah, we can attend. We can't.
Okay.
We're not allowed.
That's intimidating for people.
Sure.
We are very intimidating, apparently.
I'd love to talk about Haddon for a minute. So we just had we had a meeting, our Parks
Yeah, you
Commission
did
meeting
yesterday.
yesterday. We had a full packed house full of Haddon residents that live right around the park, and they
Good.
were there to vote on playground equipment.
Great.
The city had presented, there must have been a dozen different playgrounds that they had put up on the board, and members of the public were able to vote for their first and second choice. We had a great turnout, a great meeting.
Very
The
happy to
meeting
hear
before that, unfortunately, didn't go very well. We had a little Zoom bomb incident during our commission that I've heard City Council dealt with that. So that was unfortunate, but we've got that corrected and moved on.
I'm so
but-
sorry that happened.
Yeah, it was unfortunate.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm very excited for Haddon. Haddon needs a facelift. It's going to get a facelift. It's been a long time coming. Kitsap Lake's rocking and rolling as well. Getting ready to, revamp that park. And the last few years, we've killed this. We have done an amazing job getting grants. The asset that Colette is to this city is amazing. Writing the grant, she has just secured so much money, whether it be Manette, Warren Avenue, Kiwanis. Our parks are loved, and they're getting cleaned up.
Yeah, Lulu Haddon, it's been a long one. Kitsap Lake's been another long slog. I think that not only part of the improvements are in the park, but they're also going to be improving actual sidewalks along one side of that thing, which will be really nice.
Tucson.
Yeah, that'll be wonderful.
Thank you, Joe Keller.
They also, I think, should have sold tickets to the Bremerton's largest archaeological dig.
Yeah.
I think there should be a plaque.
I don't know that that's,
think so.
maybe Evergreen Park was the largest one back in the day.
But I like the black actually.
Yeah.
But it is exciting to see, things moving forward on that one.
Well, while I would be very, very happy to talk to you about Lulu Haddon for a long time, we are already at the mark.
Okay.
Well,
Jane has.
I haven't been able
Yeah.
to,
Yeah,
but 10 minutes that's just a suggestion, I hope.
Yeah.
Not a mandate.
Yeah, we have
So-
I just want to make sure that we have an understanding that we would like to try to end at 9, if we still want to have good of the order, that's all.
So one of the reasons why we asked our council president to invite you is because not only this council, but councils in the past really haven't heard much from the Parks Commission. And so we looked up the ordinance, and per the ordinance that founded the Parks Commission, the number 1 that you're not responsible for, but that you're supposed to report to with ideas and stuff is council. It goes council, mayor, staff. So, and I'm not saying that you as commissioners need to show up, but that information really hasn't been filtered to council very well. And so we can't help you if we don't know what you need.
Okay.
So, so the more you can give us information about, and it's not, I know staff is a big thing, but then there's other things, like you might find some weird little grant that maybe somebody besides Colette can do for you, help you with. And so Anyway, thank you for the work you're doing. I know it takes a lot of time. and-
Yeah. Well, thank you for that feedback. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate the weeding.
Yeah, I think we have to go again.
And to clarify, though, what I would suggest is that maybe in alignment with or in partnership with the new Parks Director, that some kind of a monthly report could be submitted or quarterly, I don't know, to the
Well,
council. Yeah.
Jeff, I know that you're very well versed on our charter at this point in time. He's got it up right. I knew he'd have it up right now.
Charter board.
So I just have just clarifying, can you just read me the ordinance pertaining specifically to Parks Commission?
Sure, and it's very, besides the creating in the bottom, it
Yeah.
says, shall serve in an advisory capacity to the city council, the mayor, and the Parks and Recreation staff concerning formulation of policy and plans for development, management, and operation of the city's parks and rec programs.
Oh.
And it lists a whole bunch of duties, including
Okay.
promoting, advising with the budget and assisting with the budget, promoting programs, short and long-term goals, monitoring the park system, and then a whole list of about 8 other recommendations on parks.
So I guess we're not saying you have to report to us first. That's not what we're saying. Like it's an and, it's advisory and. So I think that I think maybe the intent was to just kind of open this line of communication, let you know that we're here for you, right? Yeah. And Jeff, do you have something that you wanted to check in with?
Just a big thank you for serving. I mean, everyone who serves in the commission. It's, you don't make the big, slightly below minimum wage that we do, but you get nothing. So it is incredibly appreciated. But I think that's the intent is we can't be everywhere in the city at once. Staff can, mayor can, but having another group of citizens that's diverse and having input really helps us out. And so just ditto on, I'd love to see just regular input into, we think council should consider this for the goal next year. Here's a budget idea. Here's a way we think we can get volunteers engaged in partnership with staff. It sounds fantastic. As a commissioner as a whole. Yeah. Commission as a whole thing. Yeah. Commission voted or was in consensus. We love the city.
Yeah, so when you take your votes or whatever, any recommendations you have, just feel free to forward to City.Council because that's what we're here for too, to take your input. And so regular meetings are at 5:30 on the 4th Tuesday of the month, unless otherwise scheduled.
Correct.
At Sheridan Park Community Center, 680 Leva Boulevard Conference Room, in Bremerton, District 2. And it sounds like there's still some openings on Parks Commission. So,
These 2 openings.
okay, so community members are invited to apply for
Please.
those. Yes.
Throughout Bremerton.
Great.
All right. Well, thank you so
Thank
much,
you,
Chair
Council.
Burnett. And
Thank you.
Council for coming.
Look forward
Thank
to
you.
seeing you in a month or 2.
Thank you.
Go team.
Well, we should find out if there are applications already in for people who want to be on the Parks Commission.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, but I mean, some of the people that we've appointed have been on there for years.
Next up, we have item B2, Carl Typolt. Did I say the name right? Typolt.
You did, but he's not here.
Oh, geez. Oh, you are standing in for him. Okay. Well, welcome, mystery. Probably an engineer person. I'll let you introduce yourself. With the Transpo Group and City's Civil Engineer 3, Chris Emmett, to present on item B2, SR 303 Adaptive Signal Control Presentation. So please feel free to introduce your guest, Mr. Emmett.
Right, we had a presentation that we should do, bring that up, that'd be great.
And PowerPoint that's in our packet?
So, good evening, council, and thanks for having us on tonight. Earlier this year, council had requested a information-only presentation for adaptive signals, so that's why we're here tonight. It's an information-only presentation, and we're not seeking any kind of approval.
And do you have an introduction for your guest here? Okay, great.
Yep.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you.
So with me tonight is Ryan Peterson. He's from Transpo Group to help present and walk us through the differences between traditional signal timing and adaptive signal control. Transpo Group is our design consultant for the SR 303 adaptive signal project, and they have extensive experience with adaptive signal systems. So with that, I'll let Ryan kind of walk us through the presentation and add anything you want.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks everyone for the invite to come and talk about this. As a traffic engineer, I always appreciate the opportunity to come and nerd out on what I do for a living. So, again, I'm Ryan Peterson. I'm the Director of Transportation or Director of Engineering for Transpo. We're a firm that's been around for 49 years. I know that because that's how long I've been around. It's easy to remember. We've been here in the area for 49 years. Have helped, many agencies with traffic-related issues throughout the years. Specifically, I'm here to talk about traffic signal timing and specifically about adaptive. A little bit of history with us. We've been working on adaptive projects for about the last 10 years. We've got many of we worked on one of the larger implementations of adaptive signal timing throughout the region. So just starting off with the presentation here, some background on the city and signal timing. The city of Bremerton currently times their traffic signals using a more traditional process. And this can be fiscally and staff, personnel wise can be large efforts. It takes, especially for a smaller city, it takes a lot of resources to do these signal timing updates. These are, as a result of that, they're often tied to capital projects or larger expenditures, and signal timing plans can therefore, be around for a long time and not be updated. The traditional way to do signal timing is very vehicle centric. We go out and we take 3 days, collect traffic movements, get a snapshot of what the volumes look like out there, and then we use a model to model that and come up with the signal timings. Those signal timings are then input into the controllers and the computer system that controls the signals, and it runs those timings. Usually that requires hiring a consultant to do, just because of, like I said, staff resource limitations. It's also there's some limitations to that because you're only looking at a small snapshot in time. A 3-day period, you're trying to come up with the timing with 3 days of data to cover every circumstance that would happen over the course of that timing plan. And so, it's not adaptive, and hence the word adaptive. So, there's minimal flexibility in that. And so when you have unpredictable traffic patterns or an event like a crash or something that changes traffic patterns, it doesn't change. It's just static. So that gets us to adaptive. So adaptive is a technology that's been around for quite a while. It started in the late 70s and early 80s in Australia and UK. There's been continual upgrades to that technology, and there's quite a bit of vendors out there who offer adaptive signal platforms. It's really just a tool in the signal operator's toolbox that they can use to manage traffic. So it really is dependent on detectors. It needs to know what traffic is out there, and so I always say that adaptive projects are not all adaptive. They're detection and communication projects, because you have to detect what's out there and you have to communicate between the signals. And so, often adaptive signal projects require upgrades to detection or communication, and that. It also traditionally has been very car centric. It was really a tool to try to push as many cars through the corridor as possible. But that has, with a lot of the focus changing in our industry towards, vulnerable users and multi-use of the system, a lot of those adaptive systems have, upgraded and been able to account for things like pedestrians and cyclists and transit priority and those other modes that use the system. Yeah, the adaptive.
The adaptive signals and
Exactly.
adaptive. Oh.
How much though, Denise?
So let's,
The whole
Dad
thing.
joke.
Yeah.
we're gonna let him finish the presentation and
I'm
then,
sorry.
yeah, no, it's okay.
So adaptive is most successful when you have, like I said, the variable conditions, and that's really where we want to use it. The next slide. With that said, it's not a silver bullet. You know, not gonna make it so green lights and walk indications everywhere you go, but it's a tool that we can use to help with that coordination and vehicle progression. And some of the benefits of it is green time optimization for one thing. Like I said, you know, it's able to you in a certain cycle length, you only have so much green time, obviously, and you have to allot that to the movements that need it. So adaptive does that. It adapts. It changes based on the conditions of the traffic. It's a more efficient and cheaper alternative to improving level of service than capital projects. You know, traffic engineering as a discipline is really, you know, looking at the existing system and maximizing what can we do to get as much out of it as we can, not necessarily like adding lane kind of a thing. And adaptive helps us do that. As I said before, signal time, the signal timing can be more flexible to account for variable conditions, and pedestrians and multimodal aspects can be incorporated also, like lead pedestrian intervals or changing the signal phasing based off of the presence of pedestrians. That type of thing can be incorporated into adaptive. Also reduction in delay. Obviously that was the main impetus for it to be developed in the 70s anyways, was reducing those stops at red lights and the traffic time through the corridors. With that, with the reduction in delay and the increase in travel time, we also have a benefit of reducing our the carbon emissions from idling vehicles and slow moving vehicles as well. So there's that benefit as well. And then also safety. You know, when you have a lot of congestion, that kind of presents an opportunity for safety issues as well. The picture on the you know, we talk a lot about rear end crashes when we talk about congestion. There's unexpected vehicles sitting idling, and so anything we can do to reduce that congestion will have an impact on that as well. Just some things about some of the regional deployments that we're familiar with. One is SDOT. So SDOT deployed adaptive along the Mercer Street corridor, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. It's probably the most congested arterial in the state. It's a very wide multi-lane facility with tons of vehicles, tons of freight, tons of pedestrians, and lots of cyclists, transit, the whole works. And so they deployed that. The system that they deployed was more of a legacy system that was it was the UK system that was developed. And so there were some challenges on that deployment, especially when you're, you know, with the pedestrian, with the way that the SDOT was timing and phasing their pedestrian movements was not consistent with the platform that they had chosen. And some of that is the international nature of that platform. But even then, you know, that system has updated and can account for the handle pedestrians in the U.S. The other deployment that we worked on was the Snohomish County adaptive system that used a system that was developed. Well, now it's been about 7 years ago, but it was a platform developed here in Seattle for a company that was here in Seattle, and that platform accounts for more multimodal features, like transit priority was a big thing on that corridor. And we had some special pedestrian features that we needed to account for on that. For example, if a pedestrian pushed a button, we didn't want a conflicting protected left turn to come up. And so we were able to incorporate that into that project. And then also just a more up-to-date, user-friendly interface for the people operating that, as opposed to the more legacy type programs. So Bremerton's approach, we really want to take a multimodal adaptive approach to this. That starts with the systems engineering process that we'll be going through for the corridor that we're helping the city with. That systems engineering process is basically where we define how we want the system to operate, what requirements that system needs to meet, and how that system is evaluated once it's installed. So the process will document how the system will operate basically in Bremerton. And so the systems engineering approach is a really valuable process because it allows you don't have to just go and buy whatever's off the shelf kind of a thing. It's a process that really helps you think through how you want the system to operate, what are the needs on that specific corridor and the rest of the city if you're wanting to expand it. And it really helps you narrow down what that system needs to look like and sets up a evaluation process to make sure that you are getting the system that meets your needs. We want to take a multimodal focus on this. We want to improve mobility and safety, as I mentioned before. And then, the next slide, we want it to be consistent with the vision and policy, of the city, and we want, the vision talks about a multimodal transportation system. We want to make sure that, whatever we put out there is consistent with that. You've got several policies up here that talk about, the transportation system and enhancing movement and improving safety and security and the quality and effectiveness of the transportation system. We want to be consistent with that and make sure that, we're meeting those goals and helping you meet those goals. I believe that's it. And questions.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Thank you, Mr. Dimmitt. So just what was that?
Information on
It's information only. I mean, we still have a protocol for asking questions, but I just want to kind of like remind council, we have voted to support funding for this. We've supported adaptive signals as a council. And so when we open up questions, I just want to make sure to remind you of that we have voted to support it. And I saw Councilor Rybalowski. So Jane?
Yep.
Yeah, go for it.
So the information that I've read says that this might work pretty well in individual or maybe 2 or 3 intersections, but once you start doing a big long corridor like our engineering department would like to do, that it's one of the most expensive ways to manage signals. Would you say that's correct?
Not necessarily. I think it depends on the system that you end up with. Some of the systems are very labor intensive and require, a lot of staff time.
Yeah.
Other systems are, don't require very much staff. I mean, there's one system I could think of that basically you set it up and it's self-sufficient, and the staff time is pretty minimal and more of a black box kind of a system, and you don't really know what it's doing. So there's some limit, some trade-offs to that. But there's a range of, and for Bremerton, we would want to be leaning towards that, side of, of a system that doesn't take a lot of staff time to maintain. But it does take staff time to maintain it.
So, I mean, 303, once you get off the Warren Avenue Bridge, is never going to be a multimodal route. It's just going to be some pedestrians. but there's gonna be very few bike riders that are gonna choose to use that. But are pedestrians gonna have to hit the beg button to cross the street, or is it automatically gonna give long enough walk signals for them to walk?
You can choose. You can set the system up to only bring up the walk indication when the button's pressed, or you can put it on what we call recall, where it comes up every time. Most of the time I've seen agencies put it on recall, especially in downtown areas where, because not everybody's gonna push the button, right? They're gonna walk up and wait for the light. Sometimes they just cross
So
whenever they want.
So is it much improved? I mean, I worked in Seattle, and Mercer Street was probably the most unsafe street for pedestrians and cyclists. It was awful. So, and they used adaptive signals. Have they changed that much where it isn't as unsafe for pedestrians?
I can say that they have fixed the issues that they had with the initial implementation of the system. They had some issues where I believe, and I'm not real familiar with exactly, but I believe that SDOT was wanting to resurface pedestrians, meaning that when button was hit and the walk indication came up, you have the flashing "don't walk," then it goes to "don't walk." But sometimes that adjacent green time is long enough where you can actually bring up the peds again if there's demand, which on Mercer there was, but the system wasn't allowing that. But
Yeah,
from
it
what I
would
understand,
change to don't walk like after 7 seconds.
yeah,
So
And there's
no vulnerable users could make it across. So, and pretty much the only people who are gonna be walking on 303 corridor are gonna be more vulnerable pedestrians than average.
So there's
Mr. Demme, yeah.
there's a fundamental difference though between SR 303 and Mercer Street. Mercer is a divided street that is being offloaded from interstate, which is not the characteristics of SR 303. And then on top of that, we also have, like Ryan said, the option to, we won't limit or cut down crossing time for pets will still be with the car. So it's not like adaptive's going to take over and all of a sudden shorten down how much time you have to cross the street.
So
and that was a liability issue for
It was huge
SDOT because
issue.
those pedestrian crossing times are written in law, basically in the MUTCD. You have to meet those minimum crossing times if you're providing pedestrian facilities. You have to meet those.
Okay,
So
and the new systems have the security and privacy issues been worked out?
I
Like
don't know.
the ability for an outside person with that intent to mess with your system. I think
So that's
that was
kind of an IT issue, and it would fall under your city's, IT protocols and processes and that type of thing. So, but yeah,
but part of it was the systems themselves didn't lend themselves to make it easier for city ITs. So
After this question, Jane, I'm gonna
I'll be
pass it on.
done.
No, I'm gonna pass it to Anna after your next question.
I'm done.
Okay.
yeah, I haven't heard a lot of issues about an adaptive system making it easier for,
Not easier, just open to.
Yeah, I mean, it follows the same communications and protocols that any other field system would. Like your lift stations, you probably have like maybe a SCADA system with your lift station. It's the same type of technology, same type of.
Similar to like how like not wastewater, but water resources out of the facade dam function. It's completely isolated and can be that way with adaptive if you set it up that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you're absolutely correct. We did vote for this, and a large reason that I at least voted for this was the understanding that once one has applied for a PSRC grant, that it puts you at a disadvantage down the line and you go around returning grants. However, I emailed with Kelly McCourty, who's the Director of Transportation Planning at the TSRC,
And she wrote to me that it does not put cities at a disadvantage at all. And in fact, they're really happy to have grants returned, and it redounds to their credit down the line. So this is information that we did not have at the time, so I thought I would add this new information. And they're especially interested in people who are returning grants because rather than having a vehicle-centric transportation system, they're wanting to be inclusive of all vulnerable and multimodal people. So that's enough of that. I just have a few comments. Thank you for doing the vandalism already, the susceptibility. So you state that the traditional signals are vehicle centric, and yet all of the benefits that you state are vehicle centric. So that was an odd thing. Like, what are the benefits to pedestrians is something I would like to know in the future.
Let's let him answer that question, the benefits to pedestrians. So that's a
Fair enough.
question.
What are the benefits to pedestrians and people in wheelchairs and other mobility challenged people?
Yeah, I would say that adaptive doesn't preclude you from doing anything that you would normally do with pedestrians. So you can do anything that you could do with a traditional traffic signal with adaptive. So things like meeting pedestrian intervals, like I talked about the phase omits with the left turn phasing. You can do all of that. You can actually optimize the system to prioritize pedestrians if you want. So if there's a button push, you can have the system change the timing. So that's not very common because
Yeah.
I freely admit that adaptive is vehicle centric, and that's most of the time why people, all of the time is why people, agencies want to implement it because they have a very congested corridor. But when you free up the congestion on with the vehicles, that also allows you to reallocate some time to those pedestrian movements. So what's good for the vehicles is also good for the pedestrians in terms of time.
And also with our traditional system that we have now, like when a new carrier shows up and we have a different system, we're stuck with the timing we have, right? Like the HSIP project that just went through, that was 10 plus years of that timing. And that was what we were stuck with. So this, adaptive signal can be more flexible to adapt to changing conditions, which if there happens to be more PEDs in the future because of some transit improvement or some other sort of improvement that the city goes for, or the KISF Transit puts in, signals can communicate with each other and adapt to that.
Okay. One thing I did really want to point out on the benefits of adaptive signal control is the reduction in rear end collisions. I'm sure this council remembers that when we were looking over the accidents at red light cameras, the representative of BPD told us that the number of accidents had not gone down, but it had shifted to rear end collisions instead of the T-bones that had been, so there had been a number of serious accidents, and now there were, rear end collisions, which are, much less likely to make you dead. So I'd be really interested in finding out if you can fly down a street with adaptive signals. We just saw that happen last month on Kitsap Way, where the people were flying down that beautifully paved street and whamped right into a utility pole. Right, they were going like 75, 80 miles an hour. Would the adaptive signals permit them to do that? Because the traditional ones are doing it.
Well, I don't know if any signal timing can help with that, right? I mean, they're going to choose to go at an obnoxious speed, regardless of what the lights are doing. But a major input into any signal timing plan is an assumed average speed along the corridor. And so usually that's pretty, well, depending on how congested it is, it's close to the speed limit, it's not under. And so what happens is, you've all been on a really well-timed corridor, right? Like a one-way couplet where you're just, that if you go 30 miles an hour, you'll get green. But if you go any faster, any slower, you're going to be caught in the red. So, a law-abiding citizen, would, obeying the speed limit will have better progression through the system. But in terms of somebody who's willing to break the speed limit by 50 miles an hour, I'm not sure signal timing can help with that.
Fair enough. I've only got a couple of more questions.
About 2 more minutes, 3 more minutes. Is
Okay.
that good for you?
So the Snohomish County algorithm that was you guys who developed it 5 years ago?
We didn't develop it. That's the one that was implemented
Okay.
Yeah.
And one that you approve of. You think it's well done?
in the right situation. Yeah.
Okay. So I was just wondering, what are the results of surveys done on this system among pedestrians, bicyclists, and other users of transportation users who are not operating a motorized vehicle? Like, are they happy with it?
Well, we haven't gotten any input about that. I will say that we started that project off with community transit needing transit priority, and we provided that in the beginning. But what they kind of realized was that the adaptive signal system, improved progression along the corridor so well that they didn't necessarily need that priority. The advantage that the priority gave them wasn't really needed with the adaptive system, because the adaptive system was already incorporating that. As far as pedestrians, WashDOT and the county already had these hot spots for pedestrians that they were already doing things for, like the basal meds, and they were resurfacing some meds at some places, and like I said before, we were able to incorporate those again. So really, the before and after for pedestrians, I think probably wasn't a big notice, but we were able to maintain everything we were already doing.
Okay. I have 7 auxiliary questions, which I will not ask because I promised to keep it down to 1 to 2 minutes.
But I'm sure Mr. Peterson can probably give you his email address and you can probably.
I was just going to go there.
Hey.
If you wouldn't mind doing that.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's just city.council@bremertonlaw.gov.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you need a card?
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
I don't think that's the way to do it. I think the way is for you to get his information and for you to email the questions to him, and probably to copy Mr. Dimmitt as well. So we'll probably get your contact information instead. But
Why don't I give you a card and you can
Just email.
your information on.
okay, great. And I think Mr. Dimmitt would probably be the first contact that you'll reach out to.
Absolutely.
And also, Anna, if you don't mind forwarding that PSRC email to City.Council as well, so we can be part of our packet since it was referenced, that would be wonderful
Sure.
for public record.
Again?
And,
Yes, that's it.
oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
I'll do it again.
If it's let's put it at the top of the stack so make sure it's included in our packet. That's all. Jeff, you're next.
Oh, thanks. Just a quick nerdy question, which is on the detection. I was curious, and thank you so much for the presentation. I think answered a lot of questions I had. For, I guess, vehicles, is it monitoring just at each stoplight and extrapolating, or is there actually sensors along the roadway? And then for pedestrians, is it only recognizing when a button's pressed, or is there advanced technology with cameras to track that? I'm guessing, just some quick Google, I'm guessing there's a whole spectrum of cheap to expensive systems you can buy, and just curious on what we're looking at and then kind of what the options are.
Yeah, so in terms of vehicle detection, the detection needs to be set up in the right way. So there's specific places along the corridor and at each intersection that you want to set up the detection so that you can detect the vehicles in the right spot and get the right information from them. For example, you want it to be outside of a queue, right? If vehicles parked over it, gives you great information. And so, that's usually centered around the intersection. And it probably, 300 or 400 feet back from the intersection. You guys are currently using radar and I believe loops.
Yeah, combination of radar.
Yeah.
The loops are, sorry, underground detection.
Yes.
There's
Yeah.
the
Sorry.
Conductance loops, they're
Okay.
usually they're square or circular.
You speed up.
Right there.
You gotta back up, so you're back up behind the line. If you're a motorcycle.
So our hope is to reuse a lot of that radar detection and wherever we can with the loops, we want to reuse it. For the pedestrian question, mostly it's, the button push that you detect the pedestrian. And it's really, that traditional signal technology, the button push and that, but there is a lot of technology being developed. The city of Bellevue, for example, is experimenting a lot with video recognition technology, where they can track the pedestrian, and it's another project that we're helping them with, where if you get to the end of the don't walk, flashing don't walk, and there's still a pedestrian in the crosswalk, you can extend that, send a signal to the controller, and they actually extend that.
Somebody's just probably disabled, moving real slow. Okay.
Yeah. But that's kind of, for most agencies, that's a little bit down the road, but it's coming. There's also passive detection, where you can set up sensors, that are basically, if you know where the pedestrian is going to be staging, you can set up sensors that actually sense, microwave sensors basically that sense them. And there's a signal that we worked on in downtown Seattle, right by the Children's Hospital, where that's right on the Burt Gilman Trail, where they just pull up and just their presence sends a signal to the signal, changes the time and stuff. So that's probably not something that would be incorporated right away on this, on 303, but it's, something that is coming down the pipe, could be in the future.
Very cool. Oh,
and cycling also, detection is getting a lot better for bicycles as well. It used to be you couldn't really do that very well, but detection technology has come a long way with that. You can detect bicycles now.
Cool. So we'll basically build out in a way that if in the future we have extra funding or go for a grant to add on, it's kind of like a smart home. You can add some extra devices to improve what you need.
And with adaptive, the signals will talk and communicate with each other. So that's the other benefit right now. A lot of the signals are standalone. They don't talk to, they talk to their controller, which is on a city, and it doesn't talk to.
So that you can plug in all the extra data sources.
And it will also have a feedback to the city offices as well, right? So your signal technicians will be able to access the signals remotely. They won't have to be there in person to do updates and that type of thing. They'll be able to monitor it, from the desktop.
So if they're like, I need to get home from the office really quickly today.
Yeah,
They probably should have ridden their bike,
That's
right?
not up 303.
There.
oh, thank y'all.
Denise.
Thank you. As I've been saying lately, I can really see the multimodal focus in presentation, and that makes me feel good. I happen to represent a district that that's a 303 and businesses on each side for most of the corridor. And I especially enjoyed Bremerton's approach, that slide, and thank you for the infographic. The only thing I would suggest is I've been asking for an elevator speech, right? How can I explain that adaptive signaling is the way to go? And I think you came up with it without knowing it, and that is that adaptive signaling is adaptive. What you've expressed to me is a way to be flexible and adapt to new situations, instead of remaining somewhat stagnant. And I think that's a wonderful part of evolution. So I look forward to learning more about it, but this certainly satisfies my my need to explain it to others, and I really appreciate that.
We can adapt our priorities over time. Which is cool. Yeah, very good. Yeah.
Yeah. Was that an intentional?
It was not an attempted joke. It was inception level adaptation.
Well, thank you.
Looking for.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining us today, Mr. Peterson and Mr. Dimmitt. We appreciate the info only opportunity to ask questions and also receive the information. And I'm sure that you have a couple counselors that'll be reaching out to you with further questions, Mr. Dimmitt. And with that, maybe we'll see you again sometime. But thank you for joining us, and
Won't be on there.
I don't have any dad jokes or any jokes about adaptability. I'm just drawing a blank right now.
You're president.
All right.
Do we know how much this is gonna cost to maintain per year compared to the system we have in place now?
That's part of the systems engineering process that we're gonna go through. Is we're gonna define what we want the system to do, and including what like long-term maintenance or
Thank you.
staff needs that we have that we want to have in the future, and then it'll be able to give us a picture of what that. But right now, we're just getting our feet wet on the engineering process.
Okay, so no,
No.
not yet. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Peterson, sorry.
Wait a minute. I said that it is Peterson, right? I said the right name. Okay, Mr. Peterson. Oh, just wait till he leaves the room. That's when he's really going to get called for. No, just kidding. We really appreciate the work they're doing with Transpo Group with designing this. And with that, we're going to move on to the next item, the first briefing of the night, which is from David Dinkoon, Engineering Project Manager. And I'm excited about this one. This one is regarding the Pine Road Bays and Stormwater Improvements Project, Public Works Board loan amendment. So Public Works, did this go through your committee?
Yes.
Any lingering questions that you needed?
No.
Okay. All right. Heading on.
Well, yeah, I do have one.
Just wanted to find it.
Yeah.
Go through finance?
But it's been talked about in Public Works forever too.
Okay.
Forever.
I think this loan amendment should have gone through finance. So I'm sorry, let me go to the finance chair.
It did.
Okay.
And we think it's great. So,
My-
Shane's on finance with me, so.
Okay.
She also chairs public works.
Yes.
Right. So let's pause. So what I'm trying to do is keep it to, I want to make sure we're not breaking any quorum with it being on two different committees.
Yep.
So just, it's been deferred over to you, Jane. Go right ahead.
The only question I have is, this work is underway,
This phase.
this phase. So what have we been using to pay for it?
Well, we've had enough budget and we still do. We haven't gone over yet, but, so we're nearing the end of construction. This picture is 2 days old.
Can I pause the question for just a moment? Was this a question that was asked in finance department to explain prior to
No.
coming? Okay, then let's
No, it
pause.
wasn't.
Then let's pause those questions, because that's all I really was, that's the whole purpose of me asking if this has come to a committee before.
Yeah.
Is to find out if there's any lingering questions from the committee that they've asked prior to coming to the study session.
So
Let the guests do their presentation, and then we'll do the rest of the questions from council. So, Mr. Dinkoon, go right ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. So this is just addressing a budgeting issue with Pine Road Basin project. We've known about it. And we applied for a loan extension. We started talking to them about 6 months ago. So we're just finally bringing it for you, in front of you for approval. And the project's not in trouble. It's all gone according to plan. It got broken into 2 pieces, so we had a year-long delay for the outfall piece. And costs just increased. We went through that bad inflation post-COVID. That's pretty, it's not a complicated situation. And that's my presentation.
Okay.
Nutshell.
All right. So, we have, the agenda bill in front of us, right?
Yes.
Okay. So finance chair, okay, public works chair, go right ahead.
My question's been answered. Thank you, Jennifer.
Okay. Any other questions, counselors?
And so just the budget season coming up as a refresher. So, taking up this loan, 20 years, extremely low interest rate, fantastic. And essentially I was back over there. So then every time we take out a loan like this, it just gets factored into the long range, tax rate for tax and fees for our sewer and water system. Right, like essentially, we're going to pay this off over 20 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, all loans are factored into our model. So, and also loans.
So essentially,
It's included in the budget.
yeah. So good refresher for myself. I mean, essentially, it's work that has to be done.
Yes, it
But the
does.
system pays for itself to the users. Yeah.
Plus, we got that unexpected, like, reduction of cost on the Francis Street outfall. And they found that 18-inch pipe. So that money actually,
You go right ahead on it.
can
On it's
that
up.
savings be applied to this? No, they're both stormwater, why not?
Uh-oh.
Different
Mike?
sources.
I would love that, and I've asked that question myself, and
Mhm.
I learned the ropes of this business. And
Okay,
no is the answer, and it's different lots of money,
Different sources.
different sources, yes.
right.
You can't just move it without their.
Yeah, they get, typically when we do these
I didn't see
projects,
Gunnar
when we get the loan, or the grant funding for it, we've got a very specific scope of work. And they're expecting us to do that work with that amount of money, and we just can't move money from one project.
Was there no city match on Francis Street?
I believe there was that was a DOE loan, and there was a match on there, 15%. Yeah.
Uh-huh. So, like, I understand that this is great rate, but not borrowing money is always better.
So are we still talking about this particular project with Pine Road, or are we back to Francis Street now? Because I want to make sure we're staying germane to this specific
We're-
item.
We're staying to Pine Road, which is why can't funds that were a savings be applied to this?
Okay, so it sounds like Gunnar has explained that we can't move it from one project to
We
another.
can't move the DOE
Okay.
funds, why can't we move the city match funds? And Mike is gonna explain that.
Yep. Well, I mean, is he? I think we're not gonna assume that. I mean.
You looked like it, but you're in a.
I'm listening to, we have the same bucket of money. We'd have to take a deep dive and look at where the match is used, what the total cost of the Francis project, how much savings there were, how much that was dedicated, sources from our recipients, and then go from there. I can tell you that the fund balance inside the utility fund is going to get spent in another project. We're going to need money. We're going to go out for more loans in other projects. It's a good opportunity to get a very, very low rate loan. I wouldn't forego that money that could potentially say that we have saved will be allocated somewhere else across the city once we undo and unpack that.
So it
that'd be
can be
our
moved to a
Yeah, I believe
different
so. If we have
pot.
match money, of course it could.
At some
Of course it
point.
could. At some point, we have to unpack what that looks like. I haven't done that work with Gunnar and his team, but like I say, that money will be used somewhere else, where we maybe don't have a favorable opportunity to amend the loan.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the city match funds.
Sure.
Yeah.
They'll be,
Okay.
yeah, they'll be able to be used.
I'll look forward to that.
All right, Jeff.
So, let me process too. If I was doing work on my house and there was an unexpected increase of 100,000 or 500,000, whatever, and someone offered me a 1.6% loan for 20 years, I would take that in a heartbeat
Right?
because
Oh,
you
sorry.
actually make money with inflation.
Yes.
Everything helps, right?
Yeah, you
So
totally
it's
would.
It's a good
Yeah.
fiscal deal for the taxpayers of the city.
Any other questions, counselors? Okay. Shall we treat this as consent? Okay,
Yeah.
fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Jinkun. All right, you're the best. You have a really great day. And next up, we have Attorney Fennel for a couple of items, but first here to present on item C2, presentation on proposed update to BMC Chapter 5.06 entitled Rental Property Registration. And was this discussed in public safety by chance, Denise?
No?
No.
Okay.
No.
I don't know. This is illegal. I know legal checks in with public safety.
Council though has been talking about it,
Right.
so maybe in some executive sessions it came up.
I do have, a, guest here that I wanted to introduce. This is Joanne Sprague. She's the Executive Director for CSAP Legal Services.
Step up,
And,
grab a chair. Don't be shy.
so first, just to set the stage of what we're here for tonight and what's going to be asked of you, and I'll tell you this, not much for today. Sit back, relax, and listen and come at us with some questions and ideas. So this is on in response to the audit report from May. If you recall, that the city auditor identified taxpayers who own parcels that could be rental properties not registered with the city. Council asked the mayor to take steps to increase compliance with the rental property registration code. That code is at BMC 5.06. So in reviewing that, I very quickly determined that the code needed to be outdated. There's some outdated references in that code. And it sparked revisiting a conversation that I had with Joanne. And I will give an explanation of who Joanne is and what gives us these services. They are here in Bremerton, and if you recall, Washington made headlines a couple years ago for becoming the first state that provides a public defender that provides assistance to people who are facing eviction if they're low income. And in Kitsap County, Joanne and her team at Kitsap Legal Services is our designated provider for that service. And so certainly has a lot of information about tenant protections, and we go to lunch and we talk about that kind of stuff. So did you have a question? I'm sorry.
You're talking and I'm looking at you while you
Okay,
talk.
I thought I saw a question in there. And so
Not yet.
not yet. So we started talking about ways that other cities have amended their rental property registration codes in recent years, and that Joanne has seen be effective for increasing compliance with registrations in those municipalities, but also providing protection for tenants. And so we wanted to let the council know about those, and Joanne can kind of explain what her group does and what they've seen with other cities. Additionally, in discussing it with staff, huge concern, and it was also expressed in the council meeting about when we try to reduce the number of substandard rentals, which is the crux of the rental property registration code, that there can be an unintentional, result that very, very low income people are displaced. And to try to alleviate, and I can't say that we can completely remove that outcome, but to try to alleviate that, we'd like to adopt code that provides relocation assistance and a process for that. And during our even tonight, we've been talking about examples of other cities that have been doing that. And so the thought is that the council could look at some of these things that the other cities are doing. We could adopt that code. We could do public outreach through that process, and then reevaluate compliance with that section code. We've also been brainstorming internally about some different things that we can do related to utility billing and closing some loops where landlords get accounts transferred over to tenants, ensuring that they're registered when we do that. I even noticed today, I don't even know if it was intentional, but in our, we had a program where people can bring refuse, and it indicated that landlords could do that if they were show proof of registration. And so having that kind of at the forefront of thoughts, and what's going on here at City Hall, I think we're going to be able to find some other incentives and mechanisms for increasing compliance. And so for today, I wanted to introduce Joanne, let you know the ideas that we're looking around, get some feedback. And then my thought was if the council wanted to learn more and to actually see some code and what it would look like in our code, I could put pen to paper and come back with a draft
at a future study session, hopefully next month, probably the second study session of next month. And then, hopefully we'll get having something, on the books and able to do public outreach on the new code, as we close up the year. So that's where, this is, and I'll hand it over to, Joanne to explain to you what is rolling with the recommendation.
Thank you. I should point out, we are in the process of changing our name to Kitsap Legal Aid Services, just to make it more clear what we do. I don't know if you've noticed, a lot of law firms are going for more generic names. And so a lot of people call us, to hire an attorney, but all of our attorneys are free. So just to tell you a little bit about what we do, we don't work just with housing and eviction cases. We deal with all kinds of civil legal issues, such as family law, preparing wills for people, helping with guardianships, helping them with their debt issues and problems. So we work in, all kinds of areas. But to be honest, since we've taken on this eviction work in 2021, when the state law changed, it has pretty much taken over what we do. Just to give you an idea, in 2023, we helped 619 people across the county in all types of legal issues. But 1/4 of those were just eviction and housing issues in Bremerton city limits. So, most of our housing issues.
What was that figure again, please?
1/4 of all of our cases were housing and eviction issues in Bremerton city limits. And so far in 2024, we're up to 1/3 of all of our cases are housing and eviction related in the city of Bremerton. So we're seeing a lot of stuff. And what Kylie was talking about with cases with condemnations and, code enforcement, we have one case that we're working on right now that is particularly bad in the city limits, and we are working with code enforcement on that. But that's the type of situation where the relocation assistance would be really, really helpful. Instead, we've spent the last week on the phone calling every organization and person we can think of to try to get enough money for this family to move. They're Spanish speaking, they're low income, they're, the people that need our help the most. So, and I also do want to point out that, even though we represent tenants, we don't believe that all landlords are bad. And we don't believe that all tenants are good. Our goal is to make sure that laws are followed, that tenants are protected, and if possible, to keep people housed, because that's what we all want. So I am in full support of having some teeth to the Landlord Registration Act. Obviously, they're not doing this on their own. So there has to be some sort of enforcement. And what I've seen some jurisdictions do across the state is they make it a defense to an eviction, that if the landlord is not registered, they cannot evict the tenant. Some have also tied rental increases to the same thing. So you certainly could have a monetary penalty to it, but they're not always going to pay that. So, what you're going to find is that the tenants that aren't registering are the bad actors. They're the ones that don't follow the rules.
Tenants who aren't registering?
No, the landlords. Okay. Did I misspeak? I'm sorry.
No worries.
Yeah.
Just checking.
So you need something beyond just a monetary fine for that. So those are what I would recommend. And just as an example, the city of Seattle, Auburn, Burien, Tacoma, and Olympia all use those enforcement mechanisms. And particularly Olympia, that one was really interesting. And I think, Olympia is a good comparison for the city of Bremerton, about the same economic base, same size, same, location, what it's around and what it's not around. So they have very, very intricate rules regarding registration and the penalties around that. And then the relocation assistance, like I said, the RCWs do allow for relocation assistance, but it's from the landlord. And again, the landlords aren't always going to do that. So if there can be some sort of program where the city can front that money when the landlord doesn't pay, and then the city can then coerce the landlord to reimburse them for
Don't we
that
have
money
that?
that is forwarded to
No.
the tenant.
No, but don't we have relocation assistance? Isn't it in-
That's an abatement.
It's in abatements.
It's been a goal of the council to establish a program, and we have money set aside in the abatement fund for it. It's not been done yet, and I think it's a perfect pairing to come with these edits.
Yeah.
Welcome back from vacation, Nancy.
Chiming in from the back. All right, thank you, Ms. Bragg.
Yes, you're very welcome.
And so just to summarize, I want to make sure that I understand. So you had a couple of recommendations and you're also recommending that Olympia might be a great model to look at for code.
Okay. Really all of them.
In Tacoma.
Really implemented. There is a state RCW that does provide a framework. It's kind of figuring out how that's going to work with our processes. And just also to be really clear, because I know we have had some public comment on the issue as well. This is no new requirements on landlords.
Yeah.
There's no new recommendation. This would be incentives or, compliance issues, but it's not adding any sort of requirement onto the landlord. It's essentially allowing a tenant to be able to have some protections, with the relocation assistance and reporting code violations, which has been an impediment in the past, sure. As well as some incentives for being in compliance. If you want to rely on the law, you got to follow the law.
Okay. So, counselors, I see, what I want to do is actually defer to the chair of public safety first to see if there's any questions. Do you have any questions for?
No.
Okay. And then Jane, go right ahead.
So, do you know how many are registered at this point?
I don't. How do you do that?
About equal to the number. It's around 1,800. Okay. And where's that money going right now for the people who actually are paying the $75 a year?
General fund.
Yeah.
General fund. So that could be earmarked for relocation fees, possibly.
Possibly.
I
I
mean-
think right now, I don't know that there would be a budget very impact because I think it's been allocated to getting the code in place and the program set up so that we can spend the money that's in the fund.
Okay.
We're not going to be asking for additional money.
But
I'm aware.
it's a great point. We have $100,000 earmarked in the abatement fund, but you want to make sure we have funds to go back into it. And it's a fair point to say that perhaps license fees can be.
It's like an impact fee.
Go into
Yeah.
that fund.
Right.
I replenish this fund fully, but we've had it earmarked, we wanted to develop it, and it's just, I like programs that all go together. And looking at this place where we need to tighten up our landlord code anyway, and getting the right fees in place where, utility billing is doing certain things that just permit these to happen, and we don't have to stay on it. That would be a great thing to tighten up as well. And then this connection with the legal services, because I've never felt comfortable doing these kinds of code enforcement things because of displacement issues and creation of homelessness. And so I really like this working together so that we can protect the tenants.
So
So-
are we saying if a tenant files a complaint with code enforcement and then the landlord retaliates by trying to evict them, then we could send them over to Kitsap Legal Aid Services and then
So
Help
Olympia
them.
wrote the code that way, that it would be a defense to eviction if there was retaliation, and there's protections in the state law as well.
Right.
What I'm saying is, what these cities have said is that comply with our rental property registration code, and if you don't, it's a defense to eviction as well as a violation of the code in its own right. And so the reason that that would incentivize obviously is that they don't want to initiate an eviction and have it. And so, because our legal services, we've been talking about how to get the information of who's in the registry and talking to Mike about this thing out on our website so that they can easily tell who's registered and who's not. And be able to look that up, and tenants could do the same too.
Okay.
Can I take just a quick temperature check on a concept that was just discussed, which was the idea of making the landlord license fee, set that aside as a fee that can regenerate the displacement fee. Do we want to talk about that being in the code? I don't
When we
want,
get the fund for the inspections. That was what the fee was originally for. I'm truly asking.
the fund is meant,
I know you think that's big, but I am actually asking.
you say that again. Was it a question?
The fee was originally imposed in order to fund the code enforcement
Inspections.
inspections.
Is that how the,
I think there's another piece that we've been talking about where this is something Eric started 4,
if
5,
only
6,
Eric were
7
here to
years
give us
ago.
the history.
But there was something that they would sort of assign that they're keeping some standards,
Right.
and then they would be subject to some inspections and things like that.
Yeah.
But that hasn't been enacted yet.
Right.
No, that is.
Is
The
it?
inspections haven't been enacted.
No, well, no,
Can we take a
no,
pause?
no.
Yeah, let's get, thank you.
So there is a certification process. And then if there is a code violation, that can lead to inspection. And I think, and I don't know when.
We have one this week right now because there's one, and it's actually the one she's mentioned, is that we've made the property owner actually get a third-party inspector out there to evaluate the property and tell us every which way from Sunday. So we put that on the property. And he's having to bring this property to compliance because there's so many issues at the structure. So they pay for that.
So those inspections are expensive, certainly more than what the fee is, and not our responsibility to pay for. I think that Mike can maybe chime in on this. My understanding is probably that was a direct link. The idea is that usually the fee covers the administration of the program. So the staff time that collects these, that, engages with landlords, with tenants, with, puts up legal services on that, but, not like a direct, it's general fund.
Okay.
And certainly, so our fee schedule has been established for a very long time. Right now, every business license fee is $75 per year. And you could raise the fee and make it $75 for the license and a $25 fee for relocation. We can certainly look into that. But I think that's not, we want to talk about orders of the day. The most important thing is working on the code first, getting that in place, and then having further discussion about how to backfill the abatement fund when we start to use it, because we've already earmarked $100,000 in the abatement fund just for this. So I don't think that there's any pressure to worry about that piece of it yet. So we have more time to work on that aspect of it, and Mike would have the chance to contemplate. It's not talking just off here tonight.
Well, I just kind of want to thank you for that explanation, and I want to move forward with just discussions about codes, specifically about the code, and then it sounds like we can revisit the funding piece of it. Jeff looks a little dubious about that. What are your thoughts?
There's a lot of said, and I wanted to put out kind of what I said last time was the good landlords that are registering and paying the fee. I don't want to increase money on them.
Yeah.
I want to be careful of that, but talk about it down the road. Sounds good.
And we're also not increasing their inspections or anything like that. So like I said, and I want to be able to be worth it. Say again, I know we've there's concern about this. There's nothing that I'm certainly proposing that is an increased burden on existing compliant landlords.
Anna.
Thanks. So how, well, first off, I was really happy to see this. It seems like an excellent way to protect people and at the same time move forward with actually enforcing this. I don't think landlords are bad people. I don't think all of them are bad people for sure. But I have a young guy who's a constituent, and he was really upset when he became a new landlord. His mother bought him a house, so he became a new landlord. And he was really upset that people were concerned by the presence of lots of black mold. He was like, it's the Northwest, there just is black mold. So, you know, these are people who just could use a nudge, for sure. How long has the fee been $75? At least since 2018. So
Since it was enacted.
I would submit that since grocery prices have gone up 22% and housing prices have gone up significantly more than that, that a modest increase to like 100 or 100 and a quarter would not come amiss. The second part that I want to speak to on that is looking carefully at this ordinance in its unamended state. It states that this registration fee will apply to every unit, not to every landlord, but to every unit. Is that what's currently occurring?
You get one license for everything.
The ordinance says it's for every unit, that they register every unit. Well, let's do it. I mean, if we're looking for money, this seems like a sensible place to get it is by following the language of the ordinance that exists.
We just, I am wondering about, you mentioned unintended consequences. So I think that needs to be a part of the larger discussion. We can always make amendments to the proposed code. Again, we just need to get code in place to start allocating this funding for displacement, for relocation, I'm sorry, not displacement. We need to get, have a discussion about what we would like our attorney to model it after, if there's, so we don't recreate the wheel. And do we want to take the recommendations of Kids Up Legal Services?
These are all really good things, and as soon as I finish asking my questions, I'll be really happy to.
Oh, that was a question. I thought it was just a statement.
No, it was a question, which was, are we enforcing this?
Okay.
Right, that's a question. And how long has this been in place? Also a question. And are they charging per unit dwelling as the ordinance states? Again, a question.
Okay, see, those are phrased as questions now. So
Yes, so I'm going to go on to a few additional questions.
Did you want to get the answers for those questions?
I just got the answers to those questions.
Okay.
Did you want to hear them?
Did we get the answers?
The $75 has been in place for quite a long time.
Great. Okay.
We do not enforce and do not plan to enforce the language of the ordinance that calls for this.
I guess I disagree about the requirement, because this has been in place.
It's in.
My shop implemented, and I want Kylie's advice about the interpretation.
It says per unit dwelling.
Which line?
Units of
There's multiple sections of the BMC, and you have to read them all together.
And we can revisit that.
Okay, so we will revisit that. But at this time, like even the landlord who has 93 units or more is paying $75.
Right. For correct.
All of those units.
Right.
Right.
Because he's the only landlord of
So
those 75 units. It's a landlord license.
it's
Not a
93
unit
units.
license.
Okay,
it
so
is.
I'm not gonna take up the council's time of like scrolling through.
I
We
think-
already have.
Can I take a break
Denise,
here? No.
Decorum and courtesy.
point of
would be
order here.
Really great.
Point
I'm
of
trying to
order.
give it to you. And
Anna,
I
can I keep the floor here for a moment? This is not appropriate. Let's all keep decorum. What I wanted to say, Anna, is it's a worthwhile discussion that I think we should have at a future study session, whether or not to have a per unit license as opposed to a general license for all units. So thank you for bringing up that point.
Okay, so here's just a few more questions. Do we think that this will assist or have no effect on enforcement of the ordinance, like inspection of properties?
The ordinance really isn't enforced by inspection of the property. So the inspection is what happens if a person doesn't comply with other sections of code. And so I guess what I would say is the goal would be that it would incentivize compliance. It doesn't change the enforcement mechanism, like any of the penalties within the code for non-compliance.
Okay.
I think it incentivizes it, but it doesn't change it. what happens if you don't.
Okay. This is a final question because I looked through the website for a while and was unable to find it. But a question that was asked several times is, how do you find out if your landlord is licensed, is registered or not? So, how do you do that? Am I just like website challenged?
You have to call right
We don't
now.
have the IT tools at this time
To look at it. Yeah, Mike and I were actually just talking about that today, about, making that change so that it is on the website, so that you
Okay.
can look it up.
So,
And then we also, there's other,
Who do you-
and the auditor
called DCD.
identified. The auditor identified this as how addresses are given to us when somebody types in the system, and that it doesn't have that consistency of the parcel number to be able to search on, have accurate information that's entered. So if if they spell Sixth Street, Sixth versus a 6 and a TH.
right.
There will be inconsistency. So there's a
Right.
lot of database work that needs to be done on the back
Yeah.
end to make this even searchable as well.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next question.
I'd just like to say thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Denise.
Just clarification, dwelling unit means any structure or part of the structure which is used as a home, residence, or sleeping place by one or more persons maintaining a common household, including but not limited to single-family residences, a room, rooming units, units of multiplexes, condominiums, apartment buildings, mobile homes, and other similar residential structures. So the current code does not require each unit to pay $75. It requires the landlord of any condominium, multiplexes, or what it's the building or the business itself that they deem as a unit, not just individual unit.
May I
When
respond really
qualification.
quickly with the
That's what
code
it
number?
says.
It's 5.06.030, number 1.
A landlord can own 10 buildings too, and still only pay $75.
This is a worthwhile discussion for a future study session. I'm going to go ahead and let's just put this specific topic away for now
Can I
because
give a little Eric history on this one?
I would love some Eric history on this one.
So
But
when Eric presented this, it did start off. The intention was $75 per unit, but
And-
then there was such
again,
huge pushback.
I would
that's
like-
why it ended up this way.
I'm going to respectfully as I can get, y'all, can we please put this conversation specifically about per unit versus landlord-centric overall fee? We put it on a future study session and move on to the topic at hand, because we can always amend the code later, but our point here right now is to give some direction to Kylie and also to receive the input of Kitsap Legal Services as to how we should frame this code. Because she's gonna come back to us for rental property registration amendments. And go ahead, Kylie, I'm gonna give it to you.
We're going to do that.
If you all are.
Yeah.
It was to accept.
Please.
It was to accept, some feedback. I wanted to get either a very general thumbs up, we like the idea of this. Go forth and put in the paper and bring it back, so we can see what it's going to look like in our code and where it will fit in. If I've got that at this point, I think we can, come back another time. We can also, if we need a study session.
Do you have anything to
outside,
offer
we
to
can
this
do that too.
conversation?
So, no decisions have to be made right now. The draft code will be very drafty. Certainly nothing set in stone, but again, when this was to get some concepts out in front of the council, so you can see what some other cities are doing, what our service providers recommending, and have those ideas in front of you, and just sort of get the blessing that, yes, this seems like something that we're interested in. We'd like you to go that direction.
Counselors, I feel like, do you want to
No,
talk about
no.
landlord fees?
No. Well, you brought it up. Did you open that door?
Business into.
So, Michael, yes, please go ahead.
No, were you summarizing or were you opening questions?
Well, have we not been open for questions this whole time? Michael, please have your moment.
I
Jump into the pool.
I love everything I've heard tonight. I love where you're going. I love that you're partnering with Kitsap
Yes.
Legal Aid services.
Cassup Legal Aid.
And I would love to see you just continue on the path you're going. I think you're on the right path. I'm very excited for those proposed changes. I just love the idea that you couldn't evict somebody if you weren't legally, if you weren't legally registered as a landlord in the first place. So thank you.
Love that.
That part sounds really pleasant.
Or increase their rent.
Right.
That's,
I think what this entire conversation, as tense as it has been, shows is that we're all very vested in this issue of our housing crisis, of the homelessness issue in our community. We all care, and together, I know we're going to come up with even better solutions.
Can I
So,
just
yes,
back up
Michael.
One last thing.
I was making a really eloquent,
No.
beautiful summarization, and
You
you're
were.
just.
But the only thing I just want to throw both of you at looking at is, we've been seeing this thing with like sort of mobile home parks being bought and kind of really unkind, I don't know if there's a way to incorporate that. Does a mobile home park have to be a landlord for a spot? I just wanted to look at that. And
The rental spaces versus because there's properties owed.
We could go into that maybe another day.
Yeah.
It's dictated by RCWs.
It says mobile homes. Denise read it right out.
that's if you're renting
renting
a mobile home.
Most people own their mobile homes. That's the big issue of why they can't get services, et cetera. So,
But aren't they renting space beneath it?
Yes.
yes,
But not the whole.
but not the home.
That's a really good point. That should be.
I mean, I don't want to include.
Okay.
Okay.
Pause on that. Thank you, Michael. It sounds like we need an update on how mobile homes are different than mobile home spaces are different than standard rental properties. Because there's RCWs that do dictate this, and this is what I've learned along the way too. You guys know I have a mobile home park in my community that's been deeply impacted. So I think in the future we need an update for that. So for now, are we giving Kylie the thumbs up?
Yes.
Okay.
Want to be specific to basically what's in bold here.
Can you reiterate what you're stating? I want you to, for the record.
I feel like there's a lack of really clear direct. We just summarize the direction of the general sense of what.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
So I put it in the agenda packet, and if you look at it, I know you guys get so much to read, and this was actually a small packet, but I tried to bold. So that if you only read the bold, administrators are proposing amendments to code, incentivizing compliance, protection for tenants, prohibit evictions or rent increases if rental property is not registered, and tenant relocation assistance funding.
So essentially, this is again looking at the win-win-win. If you're a tenant who needs shelter, this making sure our properties are up to code. If you're a good landlord who's already in compliance, this would not put any extra onerous on you. And then I feel like there was one more carrot to the landlords, and I lost track of it.
The rent increases. One that one is different in that it's not a defense to an eviction, but the way that some cities have written it is that it's a violation of the code if the person increases rent without being and that would be one of those pieces where having tenants be able to look up to see if their landlord
Retaliatory rent increase, you mean?
not even retaliatory.
Any rent increase, if they're not registered, they can't legally do it.
Well, then it would be a violation of our code. So that any tenant gets a rent increase, they look up on the city website that landlord is not registered. They call, the city can, but the landlord, that was illegal.
and you're going to be using the Olympia ordinance as a large
I'm
part
gonna
of
be
your
using all
model?
of them.
Okay, but Olympia seems to be.
In Tacoma.
In Tacoma. I like they're very similar because a lot of the relocation piece is set by state law. But Olympia has some good stuff in it.
Okay.
So
it's kind of taking a little bit from all of them.
And some of them do have much more bureaucracy in it that we're gonna have to be cognizant of because we don't have like a housing, like a tenant department like Tacoma does.
Like Paulsbo does. They have a DA.
Well, I know. I'm talking about like an entire department that just is focused on tenants, and landlords. Tacoma does that, and they prepare pockets.
They're bigger.
They're bigger, so we're gonna have to look at what they have and scale it. So just generally the concepts, and we'll work together. together the code and we can, tweak it.
Okay.
Yeah, if there's any shared in there, sorry, I thought I lost track of something lost track of it. That being registered also gives you some sort of a.
Not registered means they can't evict them either.
Right.
Is that what you're
Kind of
thinking?
sticks, yeah, and I thought there was a carrot in there of.
If
Somewhere.
they register,
Yeah.
if they register, they get
I did
to
notice in our,
evict people?
refuse collection.
The refuse collection. Oh.
Yeah, so
And
hey,
you have-
you're
that
registered,
is
here's a
open to
perk the city can offer
landlords,
you.
Not
Yes.
just city residents, it's open to
Yeah,
landlords
so
in the
good
city,
to-
but you have
That's
to be
that
registered.
yearly, that annual
Yeah,
collection of
once a year.
yard waste only?
Thank you, that was what was in my head, yes, so keeping that,
Right.
highlighting that, I think it's great.
All right, so it sounds like you have direction, you have the thumbs up from council to proceed with the bolded items. And we're looking forward to that. And I tried to make an eloquent summary, but bye, you guys are good. Thank you for coming. No, thank you very much, Ms. Sprague, for coming.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate your time and your
Especially
service
under
to the
fire.
community. 1/3 of the evictions and housing issues in Bremerton. Y'all, we're gonna take a break and we're gonna come back at 6:55, right on the dot, 6:55 to discuss the DEI item. I normally wouldn't cut us in half like that, but it's time. We need a break. We have a quorum, so I'm bringing this meeting back to order. Before we get started, in the back, if friends in the back, we've started the meeting again, and I don't want your private conversations to be picked up. So I wanted to have a quick conversation publicly about just kind of holding to not time limits, but some expectations for time. I think as previously mentioned, if the meeting is going towards 9 o'clock, and I had asked about this at a briefing, and we came to kind of a consensus. There's a recommendation by Councilor Rebelowski. If it gets to be about 9 o'clock, that maybe that we can hold off on new good of the order items. And so I'd like to have that conversation just briefly now. If it goes to be about 9 o'clock, and we are finishing up our agenda, in general, I want to discuss this as a council so that it doesn't feel like it's a unilateral decision by me, because I'm just taking feedback from y'all when I do this. If it's about 9 o'clock, do you still want to continue to have new good of the order items, or is it okay to skip that section? I want to have just a brief conversation for about 5 to 7 minutes on that. Anna and Jane, go right ahead, and then Michael.
I think we should always have good of the order on the agenda.
I agree.
Jane?
I agree. I mean, it's not like we're getting paid by the hour if we end up having to stay here till 9:30 or midnight like we have.
Michael?
I don't see.
Sorry, go ahead, Jane.
I don't think we need to necessarily get rid of good of the order, but I think some of what, to me, good of the order is just introducing a topic. Doesn't mean we have to have a discussion on it. It can
Right.
be me just saying, hey, I just want to bring up, I was made aware of this issue. I'd like to see us talk about it in the future.
Okay.
Next.
Yeah.
And
Not opening a discussion on it.
okay. Jeff?
I think same vein, if, you know, we need to just clock on a quick, you got 1 minute, right? 2 minutes, whatever, just to keep us, I agree, I don't mind going late, but,
Okay.
yeah, limiting it's fine.
Denise?
I think my only comment would be, I don't believe that, when a meeting goes too long, it becomes ineffective. And, that's been my experience. And if I have lived through the day and it's now 9 p.m. and I've been working with council for 4 hours, I'm not any good. Or other people don't think I'm any good because of the way I behave. So I would recommend that we close off at 8:30 then and go into good of the order or something like that. To have some of our meetings end within an hour and some of them go past 4 hours, that's a problem. I understand that can happen every once in a while. I'm not one that is proud of working overtime. I don't believe in it unless it's absolutely necessary, and I think we need to respect that. So I think good of the order is important. I agree with both of you. However, I don't believe that we should be in meetings talking about good of the order much after 9.
Thank you. And just not as your president, but my personal opinion, I'm with Denise on this. I also, being that I'm already an overworker at, I think that there's that we do need to be aware, self-aware of what our limitations are. And my concern with having full discussions, as Michael was just mentioning, after 9 o'clock is that we're not giving it the energy that it deserves and the attention that it deserves. But what I'm hearing is that, I just want to make sure, I'm just doing a check-in because my job is to run the meetings as you guys want it to be run, okay? I'm not here to be authoritarian. I'm here to take your feedback and facilitate the meeting in the way that you want it. And so what I'm hearing is definitely keep good of the order, even if it's past 9 o'clock. Okay, as a general rule, that's fine. And then, but maybe put a quick time limit on it, like 1 to 2 minutes. If it's past 9 o'clock, if it's before, if it's like 8:30, people can have a little bit of extra space. Does that sound okay? I just want to go around and make sure we're okay. I'm getting some head nods for that.
Yep.
And then if it's 8:30, when we're able to finish our general, even including the reports that are given for committees, right? If it's 8:30, that we're still in a space to maybe have a little more time given to new topics, maybe a little bit of discussion, but a full discussion should be had really at a study session, and that agenda item should be checked in with, like we need to be checking with each other to see if we want to move that onto an agenda. And so maybe like 5 minutes if it's before 8:30, maybe 1 to 2 minutes if it's after 9 o'clock. I want to make sure that I'm good with, Michael, is that okay?
Yeah, I think, Denise made me think of something else too, though. It's like, I've come to a meeting prepared for what I was prepared for.
Mhm.
So to throw in a whole nother topic, you're probably doing yourself a disservice by trying to, force a discussion on something when everybody else thought we were wrapping up reports in a quick good of the order. Good of the order, at least in my best memory, has never been a new time for discussions. It was more of a introduction, like, hey, what's left that we haven't talked about? Let's go around the table.
I think, and just to push back a little bit on that, what I think I like about some of the ways that we've had good of the order is that we've given that space to publicly and to see who is going to be supporting certain information, certain topics, right? So to have that be a roundtable discussion, in a sense, is actually valuable, in my opinion, publicly, where so people don't have to worry and do sometimes I'm like, quorum check. I've talked to so and so and so and so, right? I've done that with several of you before to make sure that we're staying, we're not breaking quorum. So I just want to make sure to honor that. I do like that piece. I do understand what Michael's saying. Like, I've come prepared for what's on the agenda. If I'm thrown a new topic, I'm at 9:15 or 9:30, I might be a little hesitant to go with it because I don't have the brain capacity to digest new information. So I think I'm going to move forward with just kind of this base. Yeah, Anna, go ahead.
I'm being Eric because he's not here.
Thank you. I think you should just be Anna.
Those are pretty
We
big
should
shoes to fill.
we should stop speaking for Eric.
When this last came up, that was Eric's thing, is like, if you want to introduce new information, you mention it at good of the order. If enough people want to put it on the agenda for
Right.
down the line, then so be it.
And so what I think is good, a good rule of thumb is when you bring a new topic up at good of the order, that if it's before 8:30, that 5 minutes should be dedicated to it. If it's after 9 o'clock, that 1 minute, 1 to 2 minutes is going to be what your counselors, your colleagues are willing to give it, right?
Let's give
I
that a
would say
try.
I want to do a new hummingbird ordinance. This is why.
What was our ordinance? The raccoon ordinance?
Raccoon, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone
Okay.
who needs coffee in Sheboygan.
Yeah. Seagulls. What was it that I don't remember.
Raccoons.
No. You and I had that's neither here nor there. I'd like to move on to the crows, the crow agenda. Okay, sorry, it's an inside joke. We have an ad hoc committee, just Jeff and I on a crow committee. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on back to, thank you for that conversation. I just want to make sure that was public and that we were all good. I just want to make sure I'm doing what y'all would like me to do and be professional in that way. Next briefing on the agenda bill items is C3. C3PO is exactly what I started to think. I'm so sorry. Okay. Welcome, City Attorney Kylie Fennell and Human Resources Manager Charlotte Nelson to present item C3, determine the DEI position and classification, or position classification and salary, and approve related budget amendment. And then we also have another guest. Can you please, for the record?
Hello, I'm Monica Blackwood, West Elm Board.
Hello, Monica Blackwood. Okay, was this item, I'm sure this item has been discussed in public safety, no?
No, so
Okay,
for public safety, that's not like everything I do.
that's fair.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna ask because it's a related one, and it's okay if it hasn't. We're not pushing back on that. So, okay. Thank you very much, Attorney Fennell. I'm gonna pass it over to you for the.
Sure. So, just a recap of where we're at on this. This is the position that's been budgeted at a managerial level. And there's been a lot of public input in shaping the position because we've never had this position before. There was a consultant report. There was, earlier this year that the council, spoke, or had a chance to ask some questions about, and that was based on community and employee input. And then at our last meeting, in March, the council, really wanted the city to hire a, recruitment firm to do the recruitment, and didn't want to make the decision on what the position would be set at until we had the recruitment form on board, so that they could provide any of their information on that. So the city selected Monica Blackwood to work with us on this recruitment, and that was what we've been working on. And so going through what you have in the packet is some options to look at. So right now, going back, the position is currently budgeted as a DEI manager at pay band 14. And the report from the consultant that we received earlier this year recommended that that be increased to a director level. And so we provided information on both options for the council to consider, as it is at the manager level, and then as it would be at a director level. And then we also provided some job descriptions to look at from other cities that have implemented similar positions. We also included the Kitsap County position in there, since that's local. And I know that he's not here tonight, but council member Younger usually, I'm sorry, he was my president. He was the council member for a long time.
Her president, is what she
That's
did.
right. Yeah. Whenever he always asked about Kitsap County, so that was included. And also, he always asks about the management, professional, and confidential salary schedule that anytime we're setting them, he wants to see where it's going to stack up against the rest of the staff. And so that was included as well. And so the questions that are really going to now, like with this in council's court and under your purview, are to set where this is going to be. Is it going to be a director or a manager? And what the salary is going to be. And once we have that and an approved job description, we'll be able to proceed with the recruitment that everyone's really eager to get to. And so just some general considerations that I'm just going to throw out there as just sort of ideas is that the budget allocation at this point is just salary. There's really no additional budget for the person to do their work. And that's not necessarily unusual with a new position, that they have to come in and kind of say what they need. But that is just something to be aware of. There's not, any other money at this point that's been allocated in that way. And so there's that. There's also no additional staff. And so there's, is the person going, they're going to be managing a program and managing a function within the city, but they're not going to have any staff underneath them. And the other thing that I wanted to add is that there is, in just the scope of this type of work, generally sort of an internal and an external focus. Internal focus focuses on training, employees developing training programs and protocols, sometimes also with recruitment, things like that. And then there's an external component involved with community engagement, ensuring that underrepresented groups have a voice in the process of government and elevating those voices and getting really robust community engagement. And so you'll see in the job descriptions pieces of those functions, and just wanted you to be aware of that. And Monica can speak more about that, but that's kind of the nature of these positions. Some are more weighted to community engagement and outward facing, and some are more weighted inward facing. And so the council needs to sort of weigh that as to, what you'd like to see as the person's role in the city, which is what you get to decide. So with that, that's the kind of the history and the overview of what you're looking at, and how those attachments are attached to that agenda bill. And I'll turn it over to Monica or Charlotte if they have anything to add.
You're good.
I expected.
I just to add to kind of what's going on in the landscape, right? From a national perspective and a regional perspective with respect to DEI work and the positions that organizations of all types. You know, there was a Supreme Court ruling that, you know, initially affected higher education institutions.
Thank you.
Switching over into other public entities as well as private. Just today, there was another article in Beach Sound Business Journal about the positions shifting the focus and whatnot. So less on the internal side of, you know, going around and segregating it, not to use that in a bad term, but like to categorize people, and on the internal side, trying to bring everybody back together, kind of that inclusion aspect, and also turning more outwardly facing for that community engagement piece. So you're seeing that happen across the nation, here locally. You're seeing it in private, nonprofit, education, you know, public sectors. You're seeing legal lawsuits and things like that trickle into, which, yeah, also. So that's where we went with our discussions and you know, trying to stay current with things. Aside from the job descriptions that had been supplied to you, they were given to me by the team here. I also looked at other job descriptions, including a civil engagement manager out of Thurston County. There's a program director of civil engagement that was for a national civic league happening. There was a diversity and community engagement position through multi-care and community engagement specialist at Sound Transit. So it was kind of looking at all kind of aspects and different industries, things to most local, most in our region, but also a few on the national.
I did want to add, just don't, I know we had recommended motions. Those are not normal recommended motions. I don't know how to say that. We were trying to anticipate different options that the council might take, but this is an open discussion.
Yeah.
There's not a particular course of action. This is, but it's a new program and want the council buy-in and really some ownership here of this. So the first one is whether the council wanted to increase the salary but maintain the position at a manager level. And the second one would be to eliminate the manager position and then add it back in as a director level and set a pay that was higher. So if the council wanted to elevate the position from director to manager,
Manager
to director. Thank you. We have that on there. We have also, you know, just whether it's increased pay or if it's keep the pay the same. That's like, don't get hung up on the motions right now. Tell us what you want.
Yeah. Okay. So just to summarize, what you need from us is direction. Are we going to make this a managerial or director position? A. And the second thing you're asking for is to approve the pay band. And that's it, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
And then, but as when we do the management and director, you're also going to be doing the job description, like we just went through with the parks director.
Yeah.
You need to approve the job description. And that's where we're talking about that inward outward, is that this is the time that we can tweak that, and it can, as Monica explained, there has been the shift since we even began engaging in this work to be more community based and engaging in the community. So lots of stuff to consider here.
So do we have to approve the job description at the same time that we're approving whether or not we want manager versus director and pay band?
In theory, you can do it any way you want, but we can't do the recruitment until we know what we're recruiting for. So if you wanted to tell us, like today, we want a manager position, that would be input and there was consensus to go that direction. We could come back later and you could look at job description. If so there's really kind of three asks here. And it's your decision, so you can decide how you do it. But we're just,
Okay.
we don't want to go out and do the recruiting with Monica until she knows what we're recruiting, how much they're going to get paid, and what the job is.
So let's take a couple moments, counselors, and let's talk amongst ourselves, okay? Because there's a lot going on here. So just among all of us, let's talk about, I'd like to get your temperature on whether or not you think director versus manager.
I want to know why the group from the community so strongly wanted it as a direct instead of a
They
manager.
see it as a communication value, I believe, and respect. They want to give the highest title possible in order to give that role a level of importance or influence. I, however, would argue, I think there's I want this position set up for success. And regardless of whether we call them a director or manager, they have no budget and they have no staff. That's not setting a position up for success.
And what I heard from the community too is that they want to make sure somebody wasn't squirreled away in HR, right? They wanted it elevated.
True.
To be able to work it.
True.
Yeah, I think that, I don't see us having a problem with giving a budget, right? That's a no-brainer. We want this person to be able to buy a stapler and be able to have a computer, that sort of thing, right? The fact
More.
maybe a little bit more, right?
More.
With no budget, they can't even do that. They have
But
to
if
borrow
we
it.
elevated the salary and name them a director, and I have serious concerns about the impact of that on internal.
Mhm.
Serious concerns.
Yeah.
If we're wanting to set this position up for success, we want it to be a position that others will engage with. And I think there may be a lot of resentment. I would think it's human nature for colleagues to resent a new position that's coming in at the same pay band as directors with
The fact that
many direct reports but huge budgets to oversee. And I say this as someone who has done that. So I don't know that we would attract the right candidate at a director level.
So Denise, so what I hear you saying, I'm just going to re-engage you here with
Yeah.
me here, is that you have concerns about having a director level position as a brand new position. And what do you think about the fact that there's not any employees underneath them? Who are they
Who are they the director of?
Who are they the director of?
Who are they and what are they directing?
And even at a management level, who are they managing? They're managing a budget.
It's a program.
Okay.
It's a program, and they
Yeah.
can,
Yeah.
just because they're a manager doesn't mean that they would
And
not be
staff, right.
a direct report to the mayor. They don't have to be
Okay.
in our organization
Still be
tree
in the weekly
under-
meetings.
under a director as a manager. They can be a direct report as a program manager.
Yeah.
Okay. So manager versus director. Jeff, have I heard from you yet about this? And Michael and Anna.
I feel
I'd
like
to hear
it's
from you.
a bit chicken and egg, because I was going to say one thing I really appreciate about them was getting all the comparisons to other cities, because something I was really interested in was what other cities have done this, what
Right.
has been successful, what recent changes have they made that we might want to look at, which is all in here and fantastic. So I almost feel like we want to flush out what we want the job description and roles and responsibilities to be first
Yeah.
before. I think that's the first, and we go back and say, what's the proper title for that, and what's the salary that's competitive?
Michael and Anna. Let me get some input from you before we move on to the next layer of the
so-
onion.
If I back up a little bit, so some of this came about when we started the Race Equity Advisory Committee. And which we probably didn't set that up for success. And so that was a bit, so I agree I understand why the suggestion for director was there. But I feel right now that I'd be more comfortable with the manager position. We can always grow that program into something else. It's really hard to go back. You pretty much have to have, the person vacate and then hire somebody new. But when I go back to the REAC work we were doing, it was very external. And that's one of the reasons we're doing this. We're pretty lucky that we're not doing this because of anything that's really grossly out of proportions with our city. We tried to do something good and we didn't do it well, so now we're trying to do it wellerer.
Better, I think.
Thank you.
Your struggle is
Very uncharted
adorable.
territory.
Yeah.
And so
And
the fact that
Wellerer,
you're
in the same
doing
breath.
something.
Right. And I think that the kind of the uncharted territory too is that so it's also like we kind of have to start this program, and it's going to be clunky, and I would think somebody at a director level probably wants to come in and have like this thing to operate at the level that they're
Right.
getting paid at. This person's going to be doing a lot of their own admin and things like that. Anyway, so if I kind of simmer it down, is that I see an important
Boil it
piece of
down.
this, working with the external community, and then taking that input and dispersing that through. But I think I'm most comfortable with the manager position. But even just saying that, I understand the difference, but I'll stop right there for now.
Anna, let's get some feedback from you.
Okay, so I have the CMFR coaching and consulting permanently on my iPad. I look at it really frequently, and it was the recommendation, or I've read this multiple times, and so far I see the consultant, the CMFR people, they are recommending that it be a director. But I don't see that in any remarks from the community or from the workforce. It's not among the pervasive findings or anything. And I should add that this is, I think, at least the third time that council has been asked, don't you want to make it a director? And council has replied, no, we would like it to be a manager. And here we are hearing, I think, really good reasons for that. It's like a director with nothing to direct feels like just a token piece put there. A manager who can change the culture. And I think if you look through the comments of the workplace of the workplace respondents, you can see that it's that there are a number of equity issues, not just race, gender, sexual orientation are the second largest. I think a manager who does a good job and digs in and changes our culture to make everyone at this city feel more included every day, not just during meetings, but like all the time in the way they act with them every single time, that person could definitely come to us and say, all right, I need staff, I need to become a director, and I need staff. But for right now, manager.
So I just want to push back. I think we have had discussions where we did say we want to take that recommendation and make it director. So I think we're kind of rolling back on. Do y'all have,
We have not, I think you've been consistent and I think there's been voices for both sides.
mhm.
And we were just wanting to make sure that we went,
It's been inconsistent feedback, right?
inconsistent.
That's
The
my,
majority every time for the manager.
no, I would disagree with that. It has not been. I would say it has been inconsistent. So
And in the event, it hasn't been set yet, so if you tell us now
Right.
in one way or another, that's what we're gonna.
All
do
right.
it,
Well,
right?
it sounds like,
manager.
sounds like the temperature is manager for now, and to grow the program, we have employees all the time that move up in bands. So.
Throw out a few more thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not opposed
please.
to that, but the caliber of individual that you're to get is gonna be more attractive to a director level position. Even if it's a one-man position where they're doing everything, they're
Or one
answering the
person.
phones. Yeah, one person, they're ordering their paper clips and they're doing, and they're out engaging with the public. The quality of community that you're gonna get with the experience and the real background, is gonna be stronger with the director level position.
I'm gonna push back on that and say, I think maybe it's an unnecessary level of expertise. I see this position, yes, as being somewhat cultural and trying to affect positive, impact. And yet, I don't think that we need a overly sophisticated intellectual position person. And when I look at the pay band, I believe that the work that we're asking this person to do fits very well within that pay band for Bremerton, with the supervision of no staff and no budget. I liken it very much to work being done out there in the trenches around social change. And yeah.
The pay band, I think, recommended is the same regardless of manager versus director.
No, it is not.
Slight difference? Okay, all right, it's a pay band 14, okay,
It's not.
okay. All right,
Can I make a comment?
well, yeah, we're just kind of free.
Okay, so everybody's kind of,
Talk after her.
it sounds to me like, people are concentrating on what this person that we hire is gonna do for staff and for just how the city itself works. But really, aren't we trying to engage the community that hasn't been engaged? And that is gonna take, I think, more than, like, I was making that kind of money 10 years ago, to tell you the truth. I don't think that's like a huge salary that we're talking.
Yard, like in 10 years, this person.
With no budget.
Okay, I had no college education either. So anyway, I get that they're not filling out reports on how, performance reviews every year for multiple people. But I think
Makes it.
That's not all that a supervisor does.
I know that. I've been a supervisor. I understand that.
Plus the
But what I'm saying is that if our community is coming back and saying, we really think this position deserves a director title, I think we need to listen to them, and hopefully this is gonna have a public hearing before we.
So I guess, just really quickly to go back to my point, it
Need to ask
wasn't the
about our
community
community
who
forum.
said director, it was the consultant.
But I thought the consultant was working with a community group.
I need to clarify something with Jeff, because we had a community forum. I feel like there was feedback from the public that they wanted this to be a higher level position, that we needed to have a DEI. Was that anything that was specifically discussed in our community forum?
My recollection was where are they placed in the city hierarchy?
Right.
And that they said the positions that have failed to be effective were put down here and often, as an HR thing. Oh, we're gonna hire this person as an HR kind of system. Yeah. Not there, but check the box. We're hiring somebody, and they're under 3 levels, right? So the most important thing that this person was reporting directly to mayor and or council, right? Yeah, that there was that high level.
And as a manager, can they report directly to the mayor, or would they be? Oh, okay. I mean,
Okay.
I'm agnostic to either. I'm literally, figuratively.
We have two suggested job applicant write-ups here, right? Yeah.
Yes, taking in the two that are marked as drafts. One's a director and one's a manager.
Maybe a summary of the kind of key differences between the description of those roles.
Key differences between manager and director.
Well, much of it is more about manager kind of executing policy and executing.
And a director
ideas
would
and so
be
forth, and a
creating it.
director is more focused, is coming up with it,
Implement.
creating it strategic in that respect. They tend to have some communication skills that are different to engage in the community.
Charlotte has something to add too.
I'm a manager and
Okay,
And you do it well.
yes, you do.
There are people that can do it.
However, I do feel like your role should be a director level.
Yeah, let's not go there.
Charlotte's
Let's-
gonna be retiring soon.
Stay, yeah.
All right, anyway, so I want to do another temperature check because we do have a lot to digest. This is a
Right.
huge topic. Yeah,
Right.
Michael?
Yeah, it just, is it the administration's leaning towards manager or we have
don't
any
even have
input,
our
like,
mayor here.
yeah.
You had some, it was like an appointment or
Okay.
something.
Because when we proposed it, if the administration proposed during the budget at a venture level. So that answers the question. That was at the time.
Yeah,
So did he propose that they would work directly under him?
Okay, in his office.
either way, they'll work
Yeah.
directly under him.
Right.
I guess the thought would be a manager might take up a little more of the mayor's resources in trying to chart the way forward. Maybe somebody, the candidate that we might get at a director level might be a little bit more readily to
Who
hit the ground.
who would be the lateral teamer for this role? Meaning like who would they team with? Like who would be their peer? As far as who would they, you know what I mean? Charlotte knows what I mean. Like who would they laterally team with?
what are the positions that would be lateral?
Oh, in the pay band?
Yeah, but I mean, well, there's the pay band, but then there's also like who are their peers? Do you?
Like they're gonna be
Who will they
sitting
be
in,
working with?
I don't know.
Everyone.
what-
Are they going to be in the? They're not going to be in a director's
talking to
meeting.
Charlotte.
Yeah, they are.
As a manager, they would
They'll
be.
in Weekly.
Or like any meeting that is, relevant, you know, where, yeah, I mean. I think
Charlotte,
they
are you
can-
in the director's meeting?
No, I'm not a direct report.
Okay.
Okay, so anybody
Are other
direct reports
managers
mayor is in a
in the
director's
director?
meeting, even if they're a
There
manager.
aren't any directors, there aren't any managers that are under a director,
The county
Okay.
calls its position what?
manager.
And they do report directly to the commission.
Yeah, I think we just need to move on with manager. I just want to just call it and I like Michael's, like we need to grow this program. And I respect what you're saying about caliber, but also what I want to say is we might get a candidate that's not intimidated in the way that they would be at a director level position. They might feel a little more comfortable applying to be a manager than,
I just misspoke. The county has renamed their position to coordinator.
Coordinator. That's
That's what I was gonna
below a
ask you.
manager.
Not necessarily.
No?
Not necessarily.
Okay, manager, next.
manager, next topic.
No,
No, Jeff?
I like this discussion of what other, because we were saying, what are other cities and jurisdictions doing? And in the packet, and it said there are some other possible titles.
Okay.
It's worth exploring.
I put a
Yeah,
several different
Yeah.
titles.
right, which is.
So, okay, so it's not, wait a minute, pause. We're talking about, let me just make sure that I'm clear, because we were just talking about manager versus director level. But now you want to continue the conversation because now we have a spectrum of names that we can choose from that's not necessarily manager or director, that may be coordinator.
So, we,
Okay, let's do it.
yeah, we're looking at, where's other cities in here? Oh, gosh, sorry.
I think one thing I'm interested as you're looking that up and
Mhm.
talking about is, are we still moving forward with the title of DEI? There's other,
I think that goes.
Right, it goes hand in hand, there's so, because some.
right, because I mean, here's what I don't want. What we do know is that we do want a diversity, equity, inclusion focus. There's also other terms like cultural competency.
Bellevue has DEI, Community Outreach and Engagement Administrator.
I mean, I don't want to.
Good argument for calling it DEI, because every time you open the paper, you read about another organization or another government agency that is getting rid of their DEI.
Tractor supply.
Tractor Supply.
Municipalities.
Yeah,
I won't be getting my
Remember
chickens
that?
there.
Do you remember
was
the
my-
pendulum that I talked about at City Council?
That's what we're
So
watching.
there's,
I also
you know,
think
there's
if the manager, if the manager wants to change the title.
Community engagement, there's, you know,
Diversity and community, what did you say?
diversity and community engagement. There's equity and community partnership. There's
belonging is used a lot
There's
now.
belonging is new.
Yeah, that's.
And this is a good I appreciate, Jeff, that you're pushing back on this conversation because it is a conversation. So can we pause on the title for a second and just check in about salary and budget? Okay. So we know we want this department to have but what's your ask specifically for the budget?
Right now, it's in there. Like,
Okay.
it's, you've already approved it.
For the salary and benefits.
But I mean, the additional budget for the program.
Yeah. Right now, we don't have a specific ask as a part of this discussion.
Okay,
like-
that'll be a future
As
discussion.
they operate under if they're in the mayor's department, mayor has supplies. So it depends on what their needs are, the needs are, from the budget. I say, I don't know right now if they need to do, if they need a car, you know, those are big discussions. Politicians, but to operate, let's go to operate, plug and play, you'll be able to hire, bring them in, they have stuff.
But to attract somebody, they need it. I guess.
Or do we bring them in and then
Chicken
say,
egg,
hey,
man.
take an assessment of the city, provide some recommendations, and then they say, hey, I would like a budget of 150 grand next year, 100, whatever,
That could
50 to do.
Just
X,
like
Y, and
any
Z,
other-
like any other department.
I think
Yeah.
that's,
Okay.
I think that's how the county handled their position. That
Are we good to handle a budget in that way, folks?
Yes.
Okay, next topic is we need to discuss pay ban. And I know that we're saying that it's dependent on whether they're a manager or director or belonging of inclusion and equity or well, the different topics, right? But can we actually give a thumbs up, thumbs down about a pay ban? I mean, pay ban 14, but there's a slightly different
or
salary.
like if you want to keep it the same or change it, basically is what we're asking.
Keep it the same.
So the current pay band's 98 to 118, and as we normally do, comping against other positions, or the due diligence talk out loud, but.
We've already had this, I feel like we've already had this discussion.
Yeah, I think that's in line with other jurisdictions.
I have written here.
Or are we a little low?
124.
What's our cost of living compared
Hmm.
And how interested are people in the Bremerton community in filming?
The one that Spokane's 109, Belgium's 128.
The sideways is not working.
The sideways charts are problematic.
Go up to tools and you can rotate the page.
Oh, I know, but then you have to.
No.
Have to rotate.
Y'all, we have already talked about the salary though.
So Kitsap has theirs at 80,600 a year for new hire one, after 8 years, 114. And Marysville, Bellevue are around there, Redmond.
The county is
We're
much
talking
lower
about
than what we have, huh?
102 to 124. So I feel like, talking that out loud, put the numbers out there, I feel like we are in range with the other jurisdictions at the current pay band.
Okay.
So are you interested in knowing who's in pay band 14 in the city of Bremerton currently?
Yes, it's in their packet.
Yes,
Okay, so you all read that.
that's okay. Read it out, Jane.
Public
Assistant,
record.
assistant city attorney, assistant city prosecutor, parks operations manager,
Yeah.
and public works and utility finance manager.
Come on, it sounds in line.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
We're gonna-
Assistant city attorney 1. Is there a higher assistant city attorney than 1?
Well, apparently, because there's assistant city prosecutor 2.
Well, there's assistant city attorney 3 and 2.
It's 1, 2, and 3.
Right. Okay, but there's no other.
Is there a general feeling that we want to change the salary? If you want to change the salary, look at me with 2 eyes.
No,
No.
but we do want to.
So currently band 14. That's,
Yeah.
that's pretty, yeah.
You want to.
Okay.
And I think it's low myself, but
Let's
is
go
it?
hire them.
because we're, the asset manager, court administrator, building official are at 15. I think this position is as important as that.
I tell you what, this program does need to grow and we can always, this happens with positions. We've seen it in public works, for instance, this year. We can raise their pay band. And we can, maybe what's gonna happen is the mayor is gonna see the value of the program and come to us with a request to change pay band. So, or we can, come on, Ed.
Now that face I'm enjoying.
Yeah, just feel free, okay.
So we're gonna go out and
It's a
recruit.
crapshoot.
We're gonna go out and recruit. And I'm sure it's been the case before. You go to recruit for a position and you don't, the salary ends up being set too low and you're not getting a qualified applicant pool, and you would come back and say, hey, I think this is the reason we're not getting folks.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
yeah.
So,
I know,
So-
in
I
the,
know.
in the draft that I put, there's the salary range
Mhm.
from Mark Chabot.
Okay.
I don't know what, I don't have to. So where's that? I don't know how. There, but the salary range for market data is 95, basically to 120. For the managerial position.
Okay, so the temperature is same pay band, no change to salary. Operational budget under the mayor. We'll wait and see if the mayor comes to us with a request to change pay band or change the budget. This person's gonna grow in their program. Let's talk about job description or title. Which one? This is a long
Let's
conversation.
talk about title. That's always fun.
Let's talk about title. Let's do
I wanna
it.
be grand poobah.
We did all the
Let's make up, I say let's make up our own title.
Just throw words in Anna's hat.
Yeah. Oh.
There's recommendation.
There's a recommendation. Yes, we would
What's
love
the
it.
recommendation from the community?
I don't know that they.
DEI director.
DEI director.
DEI manager then. That's the recommendation from the community. Bada big. Let's go.
Okay, but that's prior to several lawsuits, so we need to be cognizant of our social atmosphere.
People
We-
get sued for calling a DEI manager a DEI manager?
I think that, not necessarily suit, no, but the perception of, DEI, when the wave is to eliminate DEI as it stands as DEI, and change that focus to more of a diversity and community engagement manager, or something. for
I
that
don't think
manager.
we should bend to that kind of scurrilous pressure.
Kidding me?
I think we should find out what the community wants to call this position and call it that.
It's not up to the community. They make their recommendations to us.
Okay.
We work with HR professionals and we make a decision.
There's a big group of people in the news who are equating DEI to
The trigger.
affirmative action, and it's a trigger word, a trigger
Right.
phrase. So I agree that we should,
So is the word woman also a trigger?
ooh, I know.
You just triggered Michael.
Yeah.
Listen, okay, let me get a temperature check.
All right.
Okay, so,
I'll shut up.
DEI doesn't necessarily have to be the end all, right? We're open to other titles. What is your recommendation?
Probably diversity and community engagement manager.
Okay, is anybody opposed to this
Can
recommendation?
you say that one again? That was fast.
Diversity and community engagement
I
manager.
love it.
Jeff,
So to the top, also at the top of page, oh gosh, over back here.
Inclusion, diversity, and equity, the idea, the acronym
There's a new, it's accessibility is the A.
is the A, yeah, inclusion,
Oh,
diversity.
yeah, they do
Oh, I was
idea.
gonna shut up.
Yeah.
I really like having the community engagement in there,
Absolutely,
because that I think
because
is.
that's what we've been missing all these years.
Right, and so we've been talking about a, communications position, and I don't think
right.
there's some opportunity here not to water down the, diversity part, but the strong thing is that the whole point of having that is not only internal, but the external communication, reaching out to everybody, so. if this
And
person can do that,
engagement is
yeah,
even
what's gonna be
better.
successful engaging everybody in the city.
And this group is, and this manager as we're talking about now, will also be engaging in React, the new React. So there'll be the staff liaison for React. So that's also another level of community engagement, which fits naturally into the outward facing, outward facing concept of this job description that we're talking about. So, okay, we've got a recommendation for a title. We've got the pay band. We've got we've got a lot of, what do you need from us now at this point? We need the job description.
Did the manager director thing.
Yeah. Job description. So was there a job description? Have we not had this discussion already, y'all? Have we not done this yet? Okay.
Not our forte at this time
No.
of night.
No, I hear you. So, what I'm hearing broadly though is that there's, a consensus on council kind of is that, a community engagement focus or community facing
Yeah.
is the, you want that to be highlighted in the job description, and you want that person to be
Yeah.
very engaged in the community.
Yeah.
Because I will say one of the other, things that was in the report was talking about that some positions fail because they're spread too thin. They're inside, they're outside, and they're one person. And, I guess to set the expectation for success that the person's going to be focused, it sounds like the council wants them to be in the community and engaging and bringing input back and elevating voices.
It sounds like what we're looking for strengths of a strong candidate would be somebody who has the experience of engaging in community and has cultural competency and has the ability to create and manage their own program. Right. So these are some 3 key strengths that we're looking for. If I'm reading us right, is there any others? Okay. Any other strengths we're looking for in the job description? You don't have to raise your hand on it.
Okay. So one of the things about City of Bremerton is it doesn't look like the City of Bremerton. And so I think that a DEI manager who is working with staff to improve retention of people who look like Bremerton, it is really of value. If you look through again that CMFR study, so many people who work here are just like, I know this is going to be pointless. I know this isn't going to go anywhere. I know, nothing's going to get any better. Nothing's going to change. And my own manager told me, like, I had to go, but it was pointless.
Anna, do you have a specific ask of the job description?
So that the DEI person be working not just with the community, but with the workforce that's here to increase a feeling of inclusivity.
So I think that that's a difference between the inward versus outward facing.
Yeah.
And so my next question to add on to your question, Anna, would be, I know that might be something that we could add into our HR department in general, but I don't know if that's what you mean by spreading too thin, by being inward facing, looking at
I think that the person's going to be a resource for staff, and I think that as that communication piece is, and a resource for HR, I guess what I'm saying is that I think working with staff is still going to be a part of the job description. I was just saying that I was hearing, what I would like to where I think I see us going is that we're going to take this feedback, we're going to prepare a job description based on this feedback. We're going to present it to you with the right title and the right salary, and you're going to hopefully approve it after we get public comment, and that would hopefully happen really soon so we can get the position on board. But I was just asking not to take away from internal, external, or say position's going to be all one or the other, but they are going to have to, just because they are one person, have, what do you want us to put first on the list of things and highlight a skill set given what we have. And that's just some feedback for Monica and Charlotte and I to work on.
Community engagement, I would say, that's more important.
Maybe a percentage, would a percentage help or something? Like, no,
It's hard to
saying no.
hard to know that.
Our HR department does well, haven't they? So,
I think being heard is really important. Like, not just listen to, okay, yeah, thanks for your input, but like actually being heard.
Right, and being brought into the decision-making process as a
Yeah.
member of the team and not just, after the fact.
And
That'd be
that
all
is a
right.
skill set that translates between outside and
Mhm.
inside. I mean, that.
And that I don't dispute is gonna be fun.
Yes.
So when you bring
But
this,
exhilarating.
when you bring this for, the public to comment, I highly suggest that we have this whole packet printed out so people in the audience can read it besides it being just on our website.
Okay. Yes. we can do that.
Double-sided.
Are we,
Like retired John or
No, no,
on
no,
vacation?
No.
are we,
Don't
do you think we're
retire.
ready to,
Are we moving that? Because I'm
Are
not gonna
you
be-
ready to move forward next week, or do you want another?
We have no
Move-
job description.
okay, pause, wait, move forward on what?
So we can take this feedback and we can develop a job description that we, instead of handing you samples and 2 drafts and all that, we can take all of this and come back with like, we think this is the one.
Yeah.
And you guys can look at it and say, okay, yes, and then we put that one forward.
At the general
You want us to
meeting?
vote
No.
tomorrow?
No.
I mean, next
No.
Wednesday?
What I'm asking is, I can do it 2 ways. We can take all of
Yeah,
this,
we're gonna need another, we're gonna want to put out another study session.
okay, another
Job
study.
description at another study session.
Job
Yes,
description.
please.
You wanna
We'll do it
say-
at the next one.
Okay.
immediately.
So we haven't answered a lot of questions. I appreciate that. We'll take that feedback and put it in a job description and get it back to you.
But then we're gonna love what you give us and we're gonna approve it at the next meeting and all the public comment is gonna be raving and wonderful. It's gonna be perfect.
Not a criticism to be
And
heard.
6 hours of public comment.
You can comment in between now and the next study session as well. If they'd like, through.
You wanna say a final word?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Well, and especially if
Oh,
there
They're
are,
gonna wanna see.
Michael would like to say the final
Oh, no,
word on
not
this
the
and
final
then.
word. I just
there might be.
So I really like the community and engagement.
Yeah.
I actually could almost see like something like ADA committee
Right.
working with this person.
Me too.
And I like
Yeah.
what we're kind of talking about. This can feel threatening to some folks. And I like what I've heard people say about this person being a resource for staff, maybe ERGs or employee resource groups, or any of that kind of stuff on the employee side. Maybe there's a path that all job descriptions and where we do
Recruitment.
marketing and recruiting goes, this person gets to, not an approval per se, but, gets to participates in it. So,
I was just gonna say, if you want an example of something like where I think this person, going back to what we were discussing earlier, we were talking about tenants. We had Joanne here talking about how a lot of the folks that are in substandard rentals are Spanish speaking. And being able to work with a professional in communication to make sure that our outreach, when that ordinance changes and those resources for tenant relocation assistance are being spread in a way that reaches our entire community and doesn't leave people out, is where I see, like, as a staff person, being able to utilize the person and it being amplifying what we're doing that's good and helping us do it better.
I see the positivity that Common Streets has brought and the asset that they are to City of Bremerton in general. And I think this is going to be just as successful and as much of a resource, if not more. And of course, more, we hope. And so I think you got all your feedback. We're going to close out this item. And we'll see you in 2 weeks at the next study session. With the job description you've already gotten, council, I just want to make sure we're not going to reopen the discussion on manager versus director. We've already decided, right? We decided on pay band and we decided on, what were you going to say, Jane?
Public comment. They might strongly come in and say, no, we really want this.
What I'm saying is at our next study session between us, okay? And are you saying a public comment? You mean next week at the city council meeting?
Yeah, I'm
I'm
saying until we actually
Okay,
vote.
I mean, that's fair, but if there's no,
But among council, the discussion is over.
that really our focus now needs to be on job description details. Because that's where we're still waiting for new information.
And as far as for us and taking that direction, we'll be focusing on the manager at this point from this table. Certainly from the moment shift that discussion, but just to narrow the focus, so we can.
Yep. I agree.
And to
Thank you,
emphasize
Jane,
that
for that
the
reminder.
manager will report directly to the mayor.
Yeah.
That is indicated in the job description.
Yeah, but I mean,
Like, you want to put it bold, we'll put some flash.
banner
And
side.
provide periodic reports to the city council.
All right, so we done on this
Yeah.
one?
Okay.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. So thank you very much, everybody, for coming. We really do appreciate you. Attorney Fennell, Ms. Blackwood, Ms. Nelson. Ms. Spencer is coming up next. What I want to do, just before I preface your item, y'all, I'm going to pass around this agenda calendar for the next item. I want to prep you for the next item after on Director Spencer's item, which is Garrett's comprehensive plan. He has scheduled out so many different sessions, talk about the components of a comprehensive plan. So I'm just passing this around to you so that you can take a look at it, not to detract from
But like,
Director Spencer's.
to like understand what he's gonna, yes.
Basically, the idea is he's giving us an overview on the next item, but what you'll see is he's going to go into detail on each of the components of the comprehensive plan on future dates at future study sessions. So I just wanted to pass that around for you to see so that you know that we're getting an overview. But I didn't want to just give it to you right when he's coming up. Okay. Director Spencer is here to present item C4, approved budget adjustment to the abatement fund, which goes along with the previous item, doesn't it? So, all right, thank you. And then your guest for public record.
This is Stuart Anderson, the city's building official.
Stuart Anderson, nice to meet you. Yeah.
Didn't you used to own the Black Angus?
Yes.
Oh,
So I went to the finance committee yesterday, so I don't, following your standard.
Oh, thank you. This item was discussed at finance committee, finance chair. Was there any lingering questions that you wanted Director Spencer to bring back to us? Okay, thank you.
So it's simple and straightforward. We're asking for a budget adjustment. The abatement fund has a certain amount of money. And I know I have $100,000 earmarked in that account, basically for whatever we're going to end up doing for the displacement. But we have a lot more money in the fund, and the council has authorized us to do a lot more abatements, and those bills are coming in now. And at the time I set the 2024 budget, I didn't know we were going to have all these abatements coming forward. I need enough money to pay the bills that are coming in. So what I'm asking for is a $300,000 bump to the abatement fund to allow us to make these expenditures to pay for these abatements. Most of them will come back as liens on property. So when they're sold, we get the money back and replenishes the fund. And you don't have to do anything financially because there's plenty of money in the account to pay the bills that are
Consent.
Okay. Council. Do you want questions?
I mean, Jane and I were both there. It makes sense.
Yeah.
The money comes back for the most part. Yeah.
I'm glad to see it.
Yeah.
It means the program is working, so kudos.
Due diligence, any risk we don't get the money back by a
It
significant
could
amount?
take some time
Okay.
because they're liens on property.
Right.
So I can't tell you when we're going to get it back. It is part of next year's budget. I asked for some additional allocation to go to the fund. I don't know because I made proposals to the mayor. He hasn't decided yet what that's going to look like. So I have asked for additional allocation so we can keep this ball rolling because we've had really great success with all of these moving forward, and a lot of them results in really nice new quality housing and improving neighborhoods. So that's great. Yeah.
Thank you. Consent?
Consent.
Consent. Okay.
We wait around all night for that.
Thank you for that. All right. Where is? Okay, Garrett Jackson, you are all ready. Let me just check on you. I'm
I
gonna
thought
make
he
your
was on
photos.
vacation this
Garrett,
year.
you on vacation?
Not at the moment. But
Oh.
if you could enable sharing, I do have a presentation.
I don't have that. So Mike has stepped away. Let me grab Mike for just a moment.
It worked out. It's okay.
Started screen sharing. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
And before you share, Mr. Jackson, give me just a moment to explain something. I'm going to reiterate because I think, Anna, you were gone. I'm going to pass around the agenda calendar it shows the different meetings that Garrett has lined up where he's going to explain all the different components. And my understanding, Mr. Jackson, is this is an overview rather than an in-depth discussion time. We can ask some questions, but you will also have plenty of time for us to ask in-depth questions later on at each of these agenda calendar dates. Is that correct? Am I
Right.
correct?
Tonight is just a timeline, and we'll have in-depth looks into individual elements as they come before the council for review.
So is your presentation tonight the same as your presentation next Wednesday?
It is. I have some more some kind of fact ones tonight that might be more for a public audience rather than the city council. So I'll try to keep those a little more brief than they would more expounding on these topics a little more for the public's sake at the council meeting next week.
And if I could just add, is that the last time we did major update to the comprehensive plan, we did these very in-depth presentations every month about each of the elements because we were taking advantage of your camera time on the council meeting and just having plenty of time for people to come and engage and give additional feedback. So that's the reason why we sliced it up in all these chunks over the next several months.
No, I get that part. I'm just trying to understand, like, we're hearing it here and then we'll hear it again next week.
So we can pare this down and make it very quickly tonight if that's what you prefer.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
yeah.
You want to make it a quick and dirty version?
Yep.
Okay, so we can, so Garrett.
I like this. Okay.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
but I don't want next week to get out of hand
Right.
because it's just a presentation.
I'd rather hear it all.
Yeah.
Personally.
Okay. We've got almost everything on consent next week, for example. But I should be passing this around. I have passed it around.
So regular presentation, Mr. Jackson.
Okay, I'll start it now then. Just a moment.
Okay, were you able to share your screen okay? Because earlier it said
Worked
sharing.
out just
screen.
fine.
Beautiful.
Everybody see that all right?
We can see that Garrett Jackson. Oh yes, there we go. Thank you very much, sir. It's up and loaded, locked and loaded.
Sure. And go. And just purpose of the conversation is just to go over the timeline. Like we've said, we'll try to do more of a truncated version today. We have some review that's good for the audience members, not necessarily the city council, over really what the comprehensive plan is, that it needs to comply with GMA, PSRC, and KRCC requirements, that we have regional significance in job growth and population growth here at the city of Bremerton. We have a regional responsibility designated to us by PSRC. We'll go into depth more on that at the next week's meeting. The land use element is scheduled to go to the city council on September 18th. We, as Andre was mentioning, will have a more presentation heavy format for the city council and have a lighter staff memo in that week's packet. The council has seen essentially nearly everything there is to see for the land use element already. We spoke through that at the February meeting. We'll point out to viewers and the public that entire meeting for our growth strategy is available on Bremerton2044.com in a video from that council meeting. The Planning Commission will be reviewing the appendices for the land use section next month. PSRC is currently reviewing every vision, goal, and policy for each element of the comp plan. That's going to be kind of repetitive as we go through these elements. PSRC is looking at all of these vision, goals, and policies right now, and they're going to for preliminary review to streamline that official review that comes later. The housing element is going to be reviewed by the council in October. There's a lot of legislative updates that have been peppered into the housing element. We'll go over that in depth or in more detail with the public next week. The Planning Commission is going to review those appendices also next month.
Go back one slide, please.
Did you say to see the previous slide?
Yeah, this is the one I just wasn't reading fast enough. There was a lot on it and we don't have it in the packet.
Oh, and I'm sorry. I was under the impression that I was doing a light review. I'd be happy to explain this in more depth.
No, that's fine.
So-
I'm good. I don't want to go against the will of the council. Hurry up.
I think we'd like the, less than light, but a medium review.
Medium size.
Okay, and I'm
really
not trying to
like-
blow it past you. Just respect your time.
We know.
I really
we
like the
thank you.
requirement that we permit missing middle. That was really my comment there.
Okay. Yeah, and that is a requirement from Washington State.
Yeah.
You'll see here in this. Oh, okay. So in the table that a 0 to 80% of people making AMI, if we offer low-rise multifamily buildings, then our jurisdiction satisfies that requirement from the Department of Commerce for providing a housing type that addresses population income bands from 0 to 80% AMI. So that's the intent of that table. This is the table that you see here is adopted by KRCC. It just shows how individual income bands throughout Kitsap County, the numbers of households per income band that each jurisdiction will be absorbing. The Planning Commission will be reviewing those housing appendices at the next month's meeting, and PSRC is currently reviewing a preliminary review of the housing appendices. All those appendices were looked at by the City Council previously, and they're available on Bremerton2044.com. Economic development is scheduled to go to the City Council in November. And these are just some kind of fun tidbits for our local economy, really, that even amongst our peers of military towns like Washington, D.C. and Norfolk, Honolulu, that the percentage of total employment that's from the federal government is really outsized in Kitsap County. And that is only going to get more pronounced as the Shipyard Infrastructure Optimization Program, or SIOP, moves forward, creating more jobs in Kitsap and in Bremerton. Another economic driver is the Puget Sound Industrial Center, which has the capacity for 10,000 jobs, but desperately requires infrastructure investment in order to see that vision happen. And then the other side of the coin, I know that KRCC was at the City Council 2 weeks ago and talked about the PSRC Opportunity Index, and that while there may be some job opportunity in Bremerton, that we do have the highest concentration of low opportunity in Kitsap County, including. I know that's kind of it was a tricky sentence there, but here it is visually. I believe you've seen this before, where you see that Bainbridge Island being the highest concentration of opportunity in Kitsap, and the highest concentration of lower opportunity being in the city of Bremerton, and that goes hand in hand with the poverty rate in the city being about just under 15%, according to the U.S. Census, while the county as a whole is just over 8%. The Planning Commission is going to review the appendices for the economic development element in the fourth quarter of 2024. Once again, PSRC is taking a look at those. And we have performed outreach to the Greater Kitsap Chamber of Commerce, KEDA, KBA, the Downtown Bremerton Association, Charleston Business District, and Minette Business Association. The environment element is scheduled to go to council in November 20th. And really just emphasizing to the audience next week that the state is really a leader in climate change initiatives. That per RCW, greenhouse gas emissions are supposed to be really at net zero by the year 2050, with other yard marks in 2030, 2040, and 2020, leading up to that net zero in 2050. So, and that there's some additional criteria for greenhouse gas emissions that are going to be required of Kitsap County in 2029. It'll be interesting to see that develop from the Department of Commerce as time goes on. the planning commission is also due to review those appendices in the fourth quarter of 2024. Also under PSRC review, and that the planning commission will be reviewing some development standards either in late 2024 or early 2025 regarding the SMP and CAO. And update, there are some best available science updates, some minor ones that we need to incorporate into the CAO, and also some additional criteria for Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife riparian management zones. So that'll be interesting to take forward to the planning commission. And after that work is complete, we will be taking that to the city council to consider.
Oh, I was going to point
transfer-
where
Oh, that's my
I'm sorry, what was
birthday.
that?
Can you go back to the previous slide, please, Garrett?
Of course.
Back to the previous slide. There's some very important information from that
It's the
picture.
photo slide here.
Oh,
Absolute power.
Better way.
Rob,
There she is.
absolute.
right around in there.
Yeah.
Where's the pickleball court?
Yeah.
There. I know exactly where that is. Okay, thanks, Garrett. Thank you. Important information done. Okay, next.
Yeah,
January
excellent.
15th.
Yeah, so in in January 15th, we have transportation and city services going jointly to the city council.
this is based on the idea that the transpo element will be done.
Not all of it.
Yeah, right, correct. And with these functional plans, that's a good point. With these functional plans, there's a lot of public involvement, a lot of technical work that has yet to be done. So keeping the schedule is dependent upon those technical plans keeping pace. So we will keep the city council informed if there's any adjustments to this schedule because of the ongoing work in transportation and then potentially some in wastewater as well. And once again, this is more for the public next week, describing what the transportation element is and the active transportation plan that a lot of public surveys and feedback from the public get fed into active transportation and the TE, which ends up with that inevitable plan. And just an exciting tidbit that just in 2023, that there is an evolving landscape. The transportation impact fee revenues were just allowed in 2023 to start going specifically toward pedestrian and bicycle facilities, in addition to public streets and roads. So it's exciting for both transportation and the environment.
Garrett,
Yeah.
do you have a quick second?
Just a
Sure.
quick clarification, Garrett. At public safety or public works, we were told that the active transportation element would not be ready in time for the comp plan. I could be mistaken about that, Tom, but I think that was what we were told.
And we've
just wanted
and
to
I
make
know
sure
that
everybody was aware of that. That it would
I know
not
that
be-
they are struggling with schedule, but there are, if not the actual active transportation plan being complete, there will still be active transportation elements included into the comprehensive plan.
Is that like having park-like features and not having a park?
Denise.
Sorry, took a shot.
No,
Let's
I
keep
mean
it
that
moving.
regardless, there will be projects, there'll be capital facilities that are identified through the CIP for the comprehensive plan that are active transportation projects. So maybe not the fully baked plan being ready, that's in transportation's court, but the comp plan will incorporate transportation.
true.
Yes.
Tier 2 and
I've been told I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. So the planning commission will be reviewing ideally these appendices for these elements in the fourth quarter of 2024. Transportation network modeling is complete for existing conditions for 6 and 20-year planning. The public comment for pedestrian and bicycle network map is open now and available on Bremerton2044.com. That closes on September 8th. So giving a more full description of what that is to the public at next week's meeting. And they're planning a transportation open house in October also. Wastewater is ongoing efforts with their modeling for capital facility projects. We'll keep you apprised on any adjustments for schedule for transportation and wastewater. Already for the stormwater plan and drinking water plan, those have both been adopted by council already, so they are good to go.
Were they both developed by their departments?
So
I know stormwater was.
yes. Yep.
Good to know. Thank you.
Of course. Some additional scheduled details in October. We plan to release our draft environmental impact statement. In January, that's when we plan to release the final environmental impact
DEI?
statement. In February, the Planning Commission is scheduled to make a recommendation to the City Council to adopt the comprehensive plan. And in April, the City Council would be deliberating on the Planning Commission recommendation, and in May, adopting the comprehensive plan. So that is just our rough schedule. Once again, it's very dependent on being able to meet those functional plan deadlines. But that's our update we're providing today.
Are you gonna send us those slides?
Yeah,
Yep.
it's gonna be in our packet for next week.
Yep.
He just tweaked it, made final tweak.
Bless you.
Let's see.
You'll get him in the packet.
Does
No
that-
problem.
Okay.
Okay, council. Again, this is an overview. Not only have you taken a look at the draft for the agendas, but but Garrett's been kind enough to put the dates in that he'll be talking about each of those elements in detail. And so this is just kind of an overview. Any questions on the overview that was provided to us?
Really specific question about poverty.
A really specific question about poverty.
Yeah.
Oh, go
So
for it.
we've got about 16% people in poverty, and the county is 8.38, something like that. So what percent of that poverty, that population living in poverty is kids?
Is that specific to the comp plan?
No, it's just, it's the information that came up in this presentation, and it's something that, because we're planning for all of Bremerton, it would be good to know, like, are a lot of these people kids, or are they adults who are living in poverty?
Jeff, do you want to say something? You're looking like.
I'm just not finding this germane to the discussion of our overall
Yeah, no,
plan
that's just,
here.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Counselor Jeff, go right ahead.
Good. Just wanted to say thank you, Garrett and Andrea, for the update. It's looking like a good schedule. So for the, I don't know, it sounds silly to say it a lot again, but for the public, we're gonna have each of these meetings and be asking them for public input on each of these specific components as we go along, so they can digest it, we can digest it. You can take that input from the public and make any changes to the draft that will come out of Planning Commission. In addition, we're getting the council digest. Is that still on plan for the
District digest?
There was an email that I sent several
So
weeks
that,
ago.
yeah,
So you have very draft, I mean, they're the draft of the digest, they're not published yet. Please let us know, because the intention is we're gonna release those as part of our DEIS process. And,
Okay.
So take a look
I
at
don't see those.
those. We're pretty, they're a really nice body of work. So
Yeah.
roll back to that email, and I've got a lot of, all the links in there for you.
What was the date for the DEI process? Again, I apologize for
I
not
think
being.
his date was October 18.
Okay, so that's,
Okay.
our deadline is like
It'd be-
late September.
It would be nice to have it soon, because
Yeah.
we need to do updates to the
Yeah.
document.
and my
Sorry, Jeff.
no, you're good thing. My context was just for hosting some extra. I want to do like a district open house or two.
It'd be great to do
Yeah.
those in October
So
and
just
release
planning,
it during
okay.
that DEIS process. That would be my ideal,
Okay.
that we could, do a roadshow.
Where?
Yeah, with all of you, or come, I'm seeing that
That'd be
invitation.
perfect. Right.
October.
Because yeah, obviously I'd love if Steph was able to be there. Yeah. So it's not just yeah.
Comp plan and the budget in October.
Fifth
We'll
Wednesday.
take a look at, we know when you
Okay.
just a comment publicly loud is that we know that there's certain districts that run standard meetings, so we'll take a look at the schedule and figure out where the standard district meetings fit, and then maybe there's some opportunity for a combo meeting.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yep.
I was thinking at least
I've got
specific.
September booked, but I can do October.
And it'll be after the DEIS release, which is
That might be
slated for
November.
mid-October.
Okay, so
be in
I got November.
November.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So we'll look at where those line up.
The last week of October, we should have those digests released.
In conjunction with the release of the draft EIS, it's
Okay.
our intention is to have all that go public together, because those are a communication tool
Okay.
that we use about what the DEIS is and how to read it and what it means for each of the districts.
But the
Thank you.
drop dead deadline for our critique
We
of the
really need
district digest
something.
is like October 4th.
No, we would need something probably mid-September.
Gotcha, so get those ASAP.
And that's why I sent them to you weeks ago, so that we
Yeah.
could get him.
Perfect. Feedback ASAP on the Campbell Digest, aim for mid-late October open houses. And yeah, for me, I was thinking like one downtown, one Manette, such a dichotomy, and I don't know.
Mhm.
Just gonna roll tough to figure that out. What's down?
We'll have to look at what we've
Yeah.
got for availability.
Yeah, okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
There's only so much of Garrett to go around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Understood.
It would also,
And then any
sorry,
margin in the schedule has it, what was the final adoption, May something? Okay,
Approximately. I mean, we don't,
Mhm.
there's still a lot of moving pieces, and why we have made a notation on the website that the schedule is a work in progress, because there's so
Mhm.
many pieces that are moving and it's very hard to get them aligned up.
some of
And
that
that same email that I sent with the district digest explained the transportation funding process and why it's okay for us to be late, because there's no risk. And I'm not sure you picked up on the nuance of this. In Garrett's presentation, he indicated PSRC is looking at each of our policies as we've already drafted them. And this is important because it's going to help our certification process go faster later. And so they're looking at it now with the hope that they'll give us feedback that we can incorporate with the planning commission, so that we don't have to make big wholesale changes after adoption of our document.
Okay.
So we're trying to get that early review teed up, and so there's no surprises later.
Okay, sounds good. So I know we can get extended to the year. Sounds like we have some margin. Is there a the hard deadline is just when we go to apply for grants and the
Yeah,
fall?
and
Yeah.
it's Tom, you'll have to help me out. When the PSRC funding cycles happen sometime in mid 2026.
Yeah, there's.
The even years,
Yeah.
yeah.
for urban.
For
Yeah.
urban. Otherwise, it's rural town.
I have my that's like July-ish or, okay, yeah.
So ideally, we have it adopted because we have to plan for certification time. So
Mhm.
if we adopted by June, hopefully by the end of the year, because it takes a number of months for PSRC to
Mhm.
certify. By the end of 25, we would be certified, so we would start 2026 with a certified plan by
Oh,
PSRC.
thank you. That's, okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
we can't push it that much farther.
Yeah,
Enough to where we feel comfortable and can get the functional plans aligned and in.
Jeff,
cool, thank you.
are you, I was just gonna ask, okay,
Yeah.
great. Counselors, any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I just wanted to thank my colleagues in Public Works. I see them out in the audience there. I see Gunnar and Bill
Hey.
and Vicky. They all hung out this late just to support for their functional plan. So I just wanted to recognize them and say thank you.
Yes, thank you, folks. And on that note, I have 12 questions for each of you. So if you can come up to the table. Now, thank you so much for hanging out this late and watching the sunset with us. Okay, so we look forward, Mr. Jackson, you're gonna come back. The next one's gonna be, you're gonna present at the next meeting, the overview at the next council meeting, and then you'll be back in November to present on the
And
first.
just to warn you, he'll be remote next week too, because I'm dragging him to a conference with me.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I hope you're,
Going to a conference and he'll be remote again next week. And I don't know about my availability to participate in conferences. It's the planning director's conference.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
For all of the state of Washington, I'm taking him with me this time, so
great.
he'll be remote.
Good investment.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Director Spencer. And Mr. Jackson, we appreciate you as well. And with that, counselors, oh my goodness, we have made it through our agenda. We are at general council business. I wonder if y'all can get through your reports in 5 minutes so that it's 8:30. So I'm sorry. No. All right, so first up, I'm just joking. Jane, I don't really have a time limit on you. She's really resistant. She was the one that brought it up, and I appreciate that. Thank you for the conversation opportunity, Jane. So Public Works Committee Chair Jane Robolowski, do you have a brief summary of your last meeting held on August 20th? It says brief summary in the script. So.
Well, we started off, there was a lot of public interest in a discussion of the 11th and Washington project, and neither Nicotai or Shane Weber were available to talk about it. So we let the public know that there would not be a discussion about that because those staff members were not available. There's quite a few of the public listening in that day. So our first main topic was the comprehensive plan element update, where we saw the map, the interactive map that the public is supposed to.
The bike path?
It's
Network?
a bike path, yeah. I mean,
Network.
first they had a big presentation on cars, and that's all worked out. But then the plan, the program where the public gets to put their comments, it's difficult to use. So hopefully they'll take written comments too, but hopefully everybody takes a look at that. The next step was the proposed resolution with the Suquamish tribe to design habitat restoration at Gorse Creek. It's pretty wonderful. The tribe has access to funding that we just have to put in a very small portion to upgrade all of our salmon habitat in Jarstead Park, basically. Next, it was just a contract to decommission the beach sewer main in Minette, which will be coming to council. Also, contract for the Tracyton Beach Road sewer improvements. That will be coming to council.
Found a location? Sorry.
Oh, for the two pump stations? Yeah, they're still in negotiations.
Right.
But like, the design of them, so they fit into the community.
All last year, they were having a really tough time figuring where they'd shoehorn them in.
Well,
They did, but
yeah, they figured that out. I mean, it's like 99% they've got it figured. We got a huge grant award from the feds for the replacement of our sewer, our main line right by the shipyard. So we came in, I think, number 4 out of the whole country, or maybe number 5 of like over 100. And this is the first time they've used that grant opportunity. And it worked out great. It's millions and millions of dollars.
for the people who went on the Public Works tour, that's like from it's what connects the wastewater to the place where they were gonna set aside for fluoride, if fluoride had passed, like right by Navy Yard City.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's at the edge of the shipyard.
Okay.
Then Bill Davis is gonna come to us with a contract for basically cleaning the outside of all of our, or I think half of our steel reservoirs. And that should be coming up pretty quickly to council. Contract to well 9 drilling. We had a discussion about complete streets. We're hoping that Gunnar can kind of tweak that committee so that the ordinance that we passed has very limited public input. It's mostly staff, and they really haven't. We could do a lot better if we have some more people in the public and not so many staff. And this is staff
On the committee, yeah.
Yeah, and this is staff from like Kitsap Transit and the health department and stuff, and they don't show up anyway, and so it's kind of worth. So Gunner's hoping to revise that ordinance and bring it to us I think within the next 3 months.
Yeah, I remember.
It was before the end of the year.
Yeah, sure.
Those are all the main things that we talked about.
All right.
Anybody bring up the tree committee?
Next up,
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Audit Committee Chair Anna Mockler to provide a brief summary
Yeah.
of the meeting held on August 26th.
Yeah, audit committee was actually really interesting. Our new CPA is, I thought she was like a dynamic addition. And she is coming in to compare things that work in school districts to things that work in schools that work at the city. Okay, it is getting close to 9 o'clock. You know, that whole thing about having meetings earlier, it's not in the charter. It's just in our rules of procedure. And we could start at 4. But back to audit committee.
I
So
think it is in our charter. Sorry, go
I
ahead.
looked today again.
5 o'clock. Okay, all right,
No,
keep going.
it's in our
Sorry,
rules of
I'm
procedure.
sorry. Go ahead. Keep going. Apologies.
It's okay. We are all of us on council, except for Michael, who is a focused individual. We are all subject to distraction.
I am. I'm taking a power nap.
Yeah. So the main thing that was interesting at the audit committee was that we went through the work plan, which, having a new pair of eyes to be on it, like, and so there's an item, written policy compilation. And I said, what's the genesis of this? What was the purpose? And it was like, well, our old CPA thought, we should have all the policies in one place. And this Rosalind Medina said, well, you have a policy manual, right? And, do we? Do we have a policy manual? So
For what? Policy?
anything.
Internal policy.
This one specifically was for procurement, payroll, and a couple of other things with a
Some
specific.
of those written as like resolutions.
Procedures.
Fees, like, yeah.
No, we have policies, like, we have the agenda bill policy.
Are you talking about the interpretation of the policies?
No, just to know where the policies are.
Policies, working
Like
policy.
one
Yeah.
collection of.
Yeah, one,
Yeah.
like, one ring to bind them all, one binder to bring them all.
Usually they're organized within the archive web, we got policies, they're listed out by administrative, functional, public works.
Yeah.
There's an index, I could say.
Christine
could be
is-
better.
Christine is actually working on that to start pulling that together. And then I wanted to bring that to council, like, do we want those policies to be available to the public? I do, but that doesn't mean everybody
You mean
does.
internal policies?
Well, policies for procurement, for example.
Well, I know that we, like the small works roster, like we talk about that, we vote on that. So some of those things are public.
Yeah.
That I think the public would be the most interested in.
Yeah.
Well,
like the speed hump policy or speed bump policy. It's not directly under there. Anyhow, is this something council would like to discuss at greater length at some future point? Because I'm trying to keep to the whole.
Oh, good of the order. So what Anna's asking is, or do we have any interest in bringing forward
Decentralization of policy.
Yeah.
all policy?
Yeah.
To make it, okay,
Okay.
all right.
So the other thing that we looked at, and the thing that the auditor is going to work on next is because right now Melinda Monroe is overwhelmed. We're putting a pause on the parking for a month. And so the auditor is going to be looking at, I have all these notes sitting on the table right by my door. The fixed assets, and we're restoring small and attractive assets and determining how are they secured. And I have requested that she liaise with Terrell, the asset manager, to make sure that there's no duplication of effort. And I feel certain that he will explain Partograph to her way better than I. And that was largely it, except for one other thing that I was charged with asking you guys, the final thing. I know
finance is combing through contracts and, employee hours worked on, the position of a communications manager might do. In order to find the money for that, we can scrape it out of contracts. That's the hypothesis. When I was in front of audit, I said, I don't know if I have a majority of council that wants this to happen. And I promised them that I would ask you and, bring it back to the next meeting. So is the majority of council interested in having a communications manager? If it saves us money?
Well,
Because part of one of our work, one of our work plans.
so if I can fast forward a moment and then come back
Yeah.
to the future, is
To the present? To the
is
future?
actually finance talked about this.
Right.
And because it requires an auditing of the contracts and things like that, we were going to see if audit committee would be willing to pick up looking at those numbers.
Okay.
And it didn't seem like
Yeah.
anything that our
Wow.
so
Yeah.
it literally is it's literally doing an audit of those hours spent, so then we can look at the actual numbers. Anyways,
Yes.
now back to
I see.
audit.
No, that was the final
I'm
thing.
taking
So
that off my list.
is the majority of council interested in having the auditor do that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, especially finance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay.
Whatever y'all say, I'm good. I'm
And
not
then-
gonna die on any hills tonight, folks. I'll
And
do
then the
anything.
audit committee will come to my home and landscape. No, that is really great news. And once again, I just want to say Rosalind Medina, thank you. She's really, really sharp.
Good.
Yeah. Okay, hold on.
Okay, next
you all.
up, we have, let's see. Oh, yeah, Finance Parking Investment, Michael
So,
Goodnow, progress report.
We met yesterday and we talked about the abatement fund, which we've already talked about. We talked about Katie Ketterer presented an energy efficiency conservation block grant that we have been awarded. So you accept.
Yeah, so there's an allocation that's been sitting there for Bremerton for the last few years. Some of the stipulations were too daunting to want to accept. They've walked all those back. And now we're going to accept the funds, and some of the uses would be e-bikes for officers, potentially.
Yes.
I love that.
More e-bikes, yes.
Purchasing one of our hybrid vehicles, already in the fleet now on order, using
Something we were already planning to use.
Yeah.
We use these funds.
Yeah.
free money, no match. It was, I believe, what was it, like 78,000?
It was under 100.
It's under 100.
$76,000. So,
Nice.
So we also talked about the Pine Road Basin, which we've talked about tonight.
Woohoo!
The communications director, we talked about that. Melinda Monroe presented on the Bremerton Community Theater lease renewal that's coming up.
Yesterday?
So yeah.
They do
yes.
their own maintenance.
And they seem to take great care of the building. They've done extensive fundraising. It's a zero cost lease, but so. And the one question I just asked is like, how much does it get used? I just want to make sure that if another theater group could use it in between, but I'd just like to hear what it looks like. So I think Melinda's going to follow up on that.
Do we own it?
We own the building.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the building.
Okay, thank you.
You talking about the
So-
community theater?
Yeah, over by you. Yeah.
It's used pretty regularly.
Oh, yeah.
They got shows rolling all the time.
And then there's another production company
Yeah.
in the.
Yeah.
Your
Okay.
restaurant.
Enoch.
Enoch.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's your
Okay,
district.
so then Melinda also
Dividing line.
presented on, so the Kitsap, like adopt a spot litter.
Yeah.
Okay, they're just doing an ILA with us. I think it's probably mostly so that they can, to get funding for the program and things like that, they can say that they work with all the cities. Shouldn't have any change on us being, except we're gonna have agreement that we're getting that service from them. Lastly, ordinance change, or I don't remember this, Mike. Ordinance change proceeds of general fund real property.
Yeah, so right now, and Kylie's here to speak about it too if she wants, but right now on sale of real property, it is required by the by code to go into our contingency reserve fund. So what the proposal is to make an amendment, an ordinance change that would allow council to direct funds from property sale go into affordable housing is what
as well.
That's great.
So, just needed to do a code revision to be able to make that happen.
Great.
So that'll be coming in the next couple cycles, I think, Kylie.
Awesome. Actually, I'll go talk to Christine right now.
There you go. So,
So that way I've got it drafted.
yep.
I'll get that on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all we talked about. All good news.
Regional committees, boards, meetings, Jeff?
Yes. Main one I have too is reporting with the community partners on shelter
Yes.
progress.
Oh,
So
you rock.
yeah,
Thank
no, thanks for nominating me to meet with them. And in the past couple weekly meetings every Monday. And so I'm going to report that I think I was going to say firsthand, it's a great group. It's very collaborative, very it's a well-functioning group, from my opinion. There are several options on the table and sites, and so I'm not going to be specific, but they are all good. Got a main one that's being looked at, but so that progress is happening, and there's definitely the commitment and collaboration. And I'm going to say out loud, I think it's been really helpful to have a city person there for brainstorming and giving input. So some of the specifics that have come up for council input and consideration is in the budget by the resolution we passed at the start of this year, we committed to 1.3 million in funding for the project. And 200 was out of REIT. I'll keep an eye on, but the 1.1 million was out of ARPA.
Yeah.
And with that ARPA, we need to not only, with the Director Riley, but for my research, we need to not only have budgeted by the end of the year, but we need to obligate it, which means getting a contract in place with the community partners. And so I want to make sure we keep an eye on that. And that we're not waiting to December to get that in place. And that could either I'm gonna look at the specific ARPA stipulations, but
yeah, there's some things to it. To be able to obligate, we need to have the under contract and the site selection, design. We need something tangible to tie it to, or those funds sunset at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So, we'll be having such a discussion, and at finance probably just have ever seen where we're at with community partners. Just know that money does sunset without obligation.
We certainly don't want to get to the end of the year and have
We
that.
don't want to send it back to the feds. So if something where we couldn't obligate, we need to be able to commit.
and I think we should look at either using it for funds for, as you talking about, potential purchasing or potential operations. If this is for operational funding down the road, if it's not needed for construction. Yeah.
Operational funding's always tough to come by.
Yeah.
Can the ARPA money be used operationally?
It can, but again, to obligate, I don't know if that's gonna be tight enough. It's probably gonna need to be something for site selection, design, some commitment that we can actually tie the dollars to. But we can dive into that.
Is the discussion that I saw on the BHA board packet that's going to be an executive session for purchase of a property, is that related to this? Are they that close?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm gonna hold some parts to my vest, but
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, but just I am seeing really good progress, and
You're comfortable that we're going to make this happen?
yes, I'm comfortable with things moving.
That's all
quite
I
well.
need.
That's great. If
Yeah.
you're comfortable.
You know, on the level of predicting any sort of big project like this. But yes, I'm seeing good news. So I put the ARPA on the radar. As we head into budget season, to thinking about if there is some amount of money that we want to contribute alongside county and other people with for operations, to have that discussion. I know we don't have a lot of extra funds, but we're putting some funds towards Salvation Army right now. So if operations switch over down the
Security guard
road,
or in addition?
just to put out there for budget season.
No,
We've been giving them tons of money.
No, I mean, we pay for more than the security guard.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
this is my part. Yeah.
So I think what I'd like to find out is how much money, Mike, can we get a follow-up on that? I'm gonna send you an email right now. What is our contribution to Salvation Army? Okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and give Cindy that right now.
Fantastic.
Okay.
So that's budget season. And the last one is then also as a council looking at engaging our legislatures as we talk about our legislative priorities for them as they head into this big budget season of making it clear that this is something we need help with from the state, although we're committed to as well. So
All right.
for that,
Thank you very much. Any other regional board meetings, committees?
Be on vacation all August.
Okay, Jane.
What about that, meeting at the brewery? Oh, the historic.
Yeah, let's rate.
Like a-
Why was I not invited?
Think of the name of it.
What is it?
that's why I think it was
Down at the
regional
brew
meeting.
pub.
So that was what I announced in my council report last week was the brew break that DBA has been doing. So in that one specifically, Katie Pratt with DBA talked about, and it was a good, probably 20, 25 local business owners, community members. Jane and I were both there on the historic preservation ordinance, and so kind of options, benefits, how that kind of works.
What it would cost us.
So you're more knowledgeable even than you were before.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, it was good.
Good.
So I think Katie and I are gonna keep touching base on that one, and yeah, I think that's something I have to do to bring that forward from our action list.
Okay. Is that it for regional boards, committees, all that stuff?
Did a field trip with Common Streets, if that's for now, and to go to the order, which is.
I'd also like to hear, do we want to discuss about the Public Works tour? We already did that a little. I know, so we had a council report. Okay, cool. Do
Yeah.
you want to tell us about Common Streets?
We ate on the top of Facade Dam, Jennifer.
I saw it, and I mean, you guys can just,
Best damn lunch.
Just-
Sam to you, I never.
well, whatever. I was having fun too.
We were sorry.
Okay. I was
was
having
not worth
so
it.
much more fun. I was at the top of the Empire State Building with Drake.
You
So,
weren't there. Who made those cookies?
no. What?
It was CJ's.
Oh, brother.
CJ catered it.
Oh, I'm sure that they were awesome cookies. No, it's fine. I go right ahead and keep talking about Common Street. So I don't think about it.
So, you guys all remember that when Tricia last spoke to us, she was talking, when we changed the anti-camping ordinance. She was talking about things that other cities, so we went down to Fife and Tacoma, because she's more of a Pierce County person. And we saw a safe park place, like a church,
Right.
where all the vehicles showed up, and they had I can't show you slides now, but I did take pictures. It was just like a quiet little behind white trellises underneath some trees, toilet and big sink. And they had preschool during the day at this church, so everybody drove away before the preschool started. Everybody came on back afterward, and they had worked out a funding system to supervise it. And I thought this is something we might want to look at, because virtually no one has taken advantage of our 2018 ordinance. So we might want to look at.
Yeah, look at the difference, because
Yeah.
theirs must not be as onerous as ours is.
Yeah.
Either that or they have churches there, an abundance of.
We have a lot of churches.
We have a lot of, we certainly do.
We could be shaking
I mean,
sticks at our church.
I,
My church, when I was going, the Unitarian Fellowship,
yeah.
we did a thing and we couldn't get, there didn't seem to be enough of, maybe there is now, but at the time, this was a few years back.
And well, they can't do it there anymore because they rent that upper lot.
I understand, but,
Yeah.
but when we were trying to do it, it was part of a networked countywide thing.
Yeah.
We weren't actually getting use.
You weren't actually getting.
Weren't actually getting people taking.
I think
us
it
up
would
on
get used now, and I think it's a gap.
Yeah.
And I don't know what we can do to.
I'd like to find out more about the funding mechanism, because basically the church was getting some money
Oh,
to facilitate all
Right.
of this and to have some supervision, or there was a supervisor from the city that came in, but basically they weren't having to do all the scut work themselves. So everybody's okay. I'll find out more about that.
Yes.
So what I'd rather do too is this. Is there enough buy-in here with council for us to do? I mean, like, this should be an agenda item, a safe lot. We've been talking, what are y'all, there's a safe lot discussion. That's what you're talking about, right?
Okay, well, let me get because we need that extra information, I think.
And
Yeah.
we can get that information with our city attorney as well, right? So we
Maybe
can
we could
use,
handle it for public safety.
but I'd also
Public
like to
safety?
work with Common Streets and our nonprofit partners.
Okay, so Anna, we're gonna
Definitely.
we're gonna kick this to our Public Safety Committee for further work and review. Does that sound good?
Yeah, and I'm gonna
Perfect.
get info on Safe Park because
Yes.
more info can't hurt.
No.
Okay,
And that
so
way.
that was
Just-
one of three spots.
Info only, right? Not discussion of,
Well, I don't think you can get this crew to do info only.
no, I mean, passing information only
Yeah.
to other committee members of public safety.
Okay, cool. Right. So,
Right?
so the next place
You
that
smell
we
what I'm
looked at, in the order of moving on up was a designated camping space. And they had, I would say about 8-man tents. I don't know if Eric could stand up in it, but most people could stand up in it. And they had all been purchased. There was electrical outlets set up in very neat rows, and then there was a pocket on these. And one of the things I really liked is Trisha had been working with a married couple that she had just gotten into this housing while the next housing was prepared for them. And doesn't matter who you are, everybody gets their own tent. There was a guy who was all set up with like a double bed and a dresser with a mirror and a chest of drawers. He was out there sunning his clothes. And they had a bank of tiny houses that they were moving into supplement.
So then that means it could be connected to the project with the partners, huh?
Well, with the tents, is something that we could set up it was really an interesting
Definitely
thing.
get them connected with.
And it was-
get them
yeah.
Right.
Monday morning.
And it was in
Yeah.
Fife, so it had a very Bremerton feel. It was literally blocks from the port of
And
Fife.
I like how you're funneling this towards our community partners, because we as a council have decided that we don't, as a city, want to manage the housing resources. So we're gonna funnel this idea and connect with our housing partners.
Yes.
I'd love to
Awesome,
see
I
a
love it.
Stronger partnership between Common Streets and our community partners.
Well,
I know they work together, but I also think there's been some friction, and whatever we could do to promote that.
I don't think the friction's with Trisha.
No, you don't think what?
The friction isn't from Trisha.
Can we move forward on the
It doesn't matter.
briefing?
That doesn't matter.
The last place we went to, but I think that's great, like the more, and really when two groups working together on a common object will often create.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
the third place that we looked at was a
But
job.
I just want to let you know you're past your 5 minutes, but
and I-
please continue. And I've got two go to the orders that are about a minute of each, so please go ahead.
People responded.
It's engaging, yes.
So the last place was a jobs place, and it had a large, and the tent place had a kitchen and an office and a counseling, and it had really good support setups and a smoking area. The third place was for people who've decided to become clean and sober, and they're really working on it. Sober from all intoxicants except coffee, probably. Yeah, you gotta have the coffee. And they had a huge kitchen that was fully stocked, with communal goods and emergency food for when people showed up. They were having workshops there all the time. They had a number of pallet houses to which people were assigned, and they got complete new bedding. A big gazebo with a fire pit and places to smoke and exercise equipment. And they were having virtually no recidivism. And I would suggest that all of us go check it out sometime, and that was it.
Can you send us links to these resources?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. So next we have go to the order. I'm gonna go first. I'm sorry, Denise. I know this is policy, normal protocol. It's not for president not to go first, so I'm gonna do it. Okay, two things. Do we want to do any kind of is it a proclamation supporting is it 1181? Do we want to do a proclamation supporting the Climate Commitment Act? Do we want to do that?
Oh, saying we.
Say vote no on.
Vote no on. Do we want to do that?
Can we
folks?
do that?
Yeah.
If you have to, public meeting and allow like sides of the east.
Yes.
Do we want to do that?
Yeah, if we can
Okay.
legally do it, sure.
We can, and the vote is
Not till November.
Right.
I would suggest not doing it right now.
no.
No, like
So-
early October,
Yeah.
because ballots will drop in like what, October 15th or something?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can probably arrange that for maybe, is it the October 9th city council meeting? Do we want to talk about it on the October 2nd study session and then have,
October 2nd will be the general.
I'm sorry, you guys, it's getting late there.
Yeah.
So the general, so then the 9th and the 16th. Do you want to do it on the 9th and the 16th, October?
I'll look into it. It might be fun that we go straight to a council meeting then, instead of the discussion.
As long as we approve, like the wording of the proclamation, I think that's what study
They have
sessions
to
do.
say,
Okay,
the way I've looked at this before, the proclamation is that it has like boxes to check on yes or no.
okay.
Because the proclamation itself is drafted in a way that's written.
I think we missed our shot to do this with the school levy, so let's put this into practice with this, because
No, that's great.
okay, great. All right, the next thing is we have some money, unspent funding, and some of it is because we allocated again another 10 grand for the bathrooms this year that wasn't spent. And so I just wanted to just let you know, we have about 14K that is unencumbered. Michael, what are you gonna say?
We'll hit your budget, so. Code correction coming.
What?
Yeah, that $10,000 is no longer
Wait, because but we didn't, wait a minute. Mr. Riley, we did not spend $10,000 on bathrooms. We spent $3,930. Okay, it shouldn't be much more because it was not $10,000 worth of
And it
services.
didn't roll over.
It went, you got charged for the code, it
Yeah.
goes the wrong fund,
Yeah.
but it's not.
It's not 10,000,
So what
okay.
you see in there is not available. I'll get the right number, but. Unless
So is the party
I
canceled?
Guys, I was gonna take us to
Yeah,
Vegas
I
a lot of
agree,
food
that's what-
on the city dime.
I'll let Lori know that back in May.
No,
No.
okay, it
Yep.
doesn't matter. So we still, I don't know how much money we
Yeah.
have now, but we have some thousands. So I just wanted to put.
Sound like Wellerer.
Didn't we?
You can.
I wrote it down, Michael.
But he was fine. He was, here's the extra money we have is, and Denise knows this for a fact, that we have extra money because she's the only one going to these conferences lately.
Spending
So
the money.
the travel and the conferencing has been lower attendance. Okay, yes, thank you for going to AWC in February. And so I guess traditionally more council members have gone. So there's extra travel and training. So they're right there. It's already at like 4,500. What's that?
I was thinking of Places Conference, which ties into the historic preservation, Main Street, basically conference. I went to it last year, but it's in Walla this year. Just thinking about it.
So if you have ideas, why don't
Okay
you,
for me to go to the bike thing?
why don't you,
Thinking at it.
here's the deal. I don't want to be the one to approve everybody's training. I want this to be a conversation with everybody, okay? I mean, I already went and unilaterally approved like a cell phone to be covered and still haven't gotten reimbursed for that, by the way.
Actually, your paycheck.
Okay, that's another thing he and I.
It's been there for months, but it's not a lot of money, so I don't.
Yeah.
Well, okay,
Yeah.
but that's
the cell phone
a
policy.
$25 stipend a month and
Is that written down somewhere?
it's.
Then they can take.
Be
we're
great
gonna
to
bring
see
them all
that
together
policy.
somewhere.
Yes.
So that's what pays for this little phone right here. And anytime I do anything where I'm always like, let's use this other number. So I can just hand it right on over, and I encourage y'all to do that as well. But that's up to you, you're grown-ups. But we still have a few $1,000. So if I guess I'm waiting on, and it's not going to be, we still have 9,000, and I think a couple more thousand is going to come out of this, but I don't think it's going to be 9,000. So we will have some thousands of dollars. If you have a pitch for it, great. But I wonder if there's a community resource that we could put this money towards as well. And so that's really the overarching. There's all kinds of conferences. There's all kinds of things that we can participate in too, which is the purpose of it. That's what it's for. And so that's what I want to know. Do you want to have this discussion in a couple of weeks before budget season, obviously. Do you want to have this as a discussion item for our general council business?
I think it's really important to invest in the development of council members.
So
And I
my
think we
question
should
is,
each go to a training.
wait, my question is, do you want this to be an agenda item under general council business in the future?
Sure, I think we should use that money to have fundraiser at the.
No, my question is very specific. Okay, so yes.
To
So
discussing.
That won't even get us in the door.
Yeah, folks,
Okay,
So in
discuss
the event-
discuss surplus funds,
On the door.
how to use surplus funds,
Jeff
council
found out that
funds.
we get a reduced rate
Uh,
at the end.
Okay, so the answer is yes. We'll put it on to a
Surplus
future.
funds.
We don't own the rest.
Okay, Denise, you have a good of the order.
Yeah.
You've got 1 to 2 minutes.
Right into LTAC.
You've got 1 to 2 minutes. Now it's 9 o'clock.
Final report has come from Eastbrook, Westbrook, Maine. Kylie and Mike, discussions, but we want to get it council, certainly before Lori presents. She makes, some very high level recommendations, as I thought she would. And I think they're meaty. So it's, no, not Lori May.
LTAC. Right. Okay, good.
I appreciate the input of Mike especially and Kylie because of the state law that governs all this. I believe that it's an opportunity to really take a look, step back away from our current process and really take a look at LTAC and make or not make, some structural changes. She's also offering the option of it just continuing, the way it is. And she makes very good points and pretty easy to read. So I really.
Can you share that with
lot
all of us?
invested, yes.
Okay,
As
great.
soon as it was for the administration, we want to make sure that we're at a good place, Kylie and Mike, and with, proceeding with it. But I want to get it to you before the packet. Before her presentation. And then, of course, during a presentation, you can ask and please, read it, bring your questions, bring your challenges, bring all of that. She's an expert in this, and we could really benefit from working with her on how to craft it locally. So I wanted to give you a heads up about that. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, any other go to the orders?
Yeah.
Oh, Anna, go right ahead.
Sorry about that.
Are you?
I am actually. I would like at some future point, before budget is fully upon us, at the last budget, we started noticing that we're like spending 10 grand here for the Navy Museum. Oh, we've always done that. And another 10 grand here for this, that, and the other. And I was thinking if we could look at them before budget began, because by the time we got to those things, we were like,
Isn't that through LTAC though? That's a separate process.
no, this was separate in the budget. Remember,
In the
like
budget.
the Navy Museum came up, we give them 10 grand. And it's straight out of our budget. It's not out of LTAC.
Oh,
Yeah, remember that?
I remember LTAC funding the Navy Museum.
No, the LTAC funds it and then we give
Oh.
them money as well out of the budget. Am I completely out of my mind on this one?
Bid for specific
For
building.
maintenance?
Yeah.
Oh, for maintenance.
Outside the
Yeah.
envelope for
Yeah.
landscaping.
Yeah, Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but there's a bunch of stuff that we by custom do every year.
Right.
And I was thinking if we could look at them when we're not completely exhausted, that we might actually be able to come up with a sum of money that would better reflect art. So I just like to put that on a future study session to like amass all of those and look at them. Okay, that's one. Ready? Comes number two.
Wait a minute, can we, what's that item that you just asked about?
Well, I call it
Miscellaneous budget.
little chippy stuff, but I'm sure there's a better.
Okay, so council, do you want to see this go on a general business item or do you want more information? I don't have enough information to support this, but.
I'd like a list of those things. I mean, it's
I
just
don't
a
really-
list, right?
Yeah, it's just
How
a
do we
list.
classify them?
But like things that are under 25K that we do every year.
Oh.
How's that?
Wouldn't we get this in the budget when it comes out?
Right, we would, but I
Correct.
guess my point is by the time we get to that, we're like,
Oh,
okay, fine.
so this is another ask of finance during budget, right?
That's true, but I mean,
Michael, what is your
there's
thought about
things
it?
that
Yes,
repeat
no?
every year. So I'm hoping that whatever
What I like.
whatever was submitted last year,
Yeah.
we could look at that and get a pretty darn good idea.
So if there's just two people supporting it, is it moving forward to an agenda item? I
Well,
don't
there's-
think so.
Guess not.
My thing would be go look at last year's budget
Yeah,
Mhm.
and see those things that are there. They've been provided for you.
okay.
So, I mean, you've been provided that stuff.
Thank
Then
you.
if you have questions, then we can either
Okay.
be ready at budget, or we could take them to finance committee.
Okay, next and final is, I'd like to know what council's email policy is, because, I'd like to know what the policy is of like who looks at our emails, because I've been getting, like comments on emails that I'm sending to like the clerk of Kitsap Transit, from staff, and I'm just.
It sounds like that's an internal question that we can handle outside of a meeting.
Yeah?
It's an HR question. So we
It's
can
an
handle that.
HR question?
It sure is.
What
So
our
we can-
staff does?
Yes, it sure is. It's absolutely, and we need to not keep it in the public.
Is there an email policy for council?
So let's go ahead and discuss this outside of a public meeting because this is an HR issue.
I think it's a policy issue.
So are you asking, so you're asking specifically about an email policy for who reads our emails or who's?
For how they're managed.
Yeah,
All our email.
yeah,
That's what I think you're.
yeah, that is what I'm asking.
I don't understand what the problem is, though.
So
I'd just like to
Well, let's-
know.
No, you said you
We
got a
can't-
comment from
We
somebody
can't
that
talk
you-
about it because Jennifer and some people think it's a HR thing.
Well,
They'd have to
that's-
talk on the side. But not more than three of them.
Right, so
I
it'd just be
mean,
good to.
everything's.
Not more than a what?
Would just be good to know what the policy is, instead of like learning about it suddenly.
OPM, it's all available to anybody.
It's,
The email policy is in the OPMA?
No, but I mean, any communication we have is open.
right.
So, I mean,
I get that.
are you asking if like Kylie's reading your emails?
No, I know she is, but she's told me so.
She's,
What?
what?
She doesn't even read the ones you send her. Never mind the ones you're getting.
Okay, are you asking if you send an email to me, Anna.Mockler to Jeff.Coughlin, and it just says, "Hi Jeff, I'd like to talk to you about the crow ordinance." Are you asking if anyone's intercepting that and reading it?
I'm
Or is it being forwarded?
assuming that they are. But Kylie receives every email that is sent to, or this is what you've told me, every email that comes from one of us or is sent to one of us goes through you as well.
No.
Okay, that's not true. So what is true?
I'm just gonna say, if you, from your city email, send an email to me, my city email, no one is getting a copy of that, no one's reading it, unless a public records request is made that says, I want all emails about the crow ordinance
Well,
discussion.
that's what I thought.
So
And,
then what if we're,
but direct
How about-
experience differed.
We direct emails to City.Council. We are told not to direct them to Denise.Pry. We're told to direct them to City.Council. I have noticed that, but this was earlier in my opinion, that they were often sent to the mayor, directly sent to the mayor, even though my
Yeah.
constituent was asking
Yeah,
to speak to me, and the mayor actually replied.
Okay, so
before
let's
I-
pause on this
That's a
because
policy.
it's not a
That's-
policy. What we need to do is, I understand what's being asked, but what we
Yeah.
need to do is handle this outside of a public meeting because this is an HR issue. And it's not a policy, but I want you
not?
to, there's not a policy. There's a protocol and a practice that we can
Okay.
talk about.
Okay.
So
Great,
please
okay.
send me an email address, send me an email direct to jennifer.chamberlain@ci.bremerton.wa.us, okay? Addressing your concerns, but not a reply all, okay?
Yeah.
Or you can just talk to me about them after the meeting,
Yeah, I
and
don't
that's
have
how
any
that
problems
needs to be
with
handled, okay?
okay.
All right, thank you.
Where's my
Okay.
courage?
Any other, okay, I think because Anna's hat is on, that means we're done, y'all. Unless anybody,
That's like me closing my computer.
unless anybody else has a good of the order item. Do you want to talk about the crow? I don't even know when we came up with it. We had, a crow, an ad hoc crow quorum.
I don't know.
Jane says to gavel us out. Wait, I'm supposed to say some stuff. The next council meeting will be Wednesday, September 4th, starting at 5:30 p.m. in the first floor meeting chambers of the Norm Dick Government Center. The public is invited to attend in person or remotely, but anyone wishing to speak during the public recognition via Zoom must submit their request to the city clerk by calling 360-473-5323 at least 24 hours prior to the meeting. I already gavelled. This meeting